exotic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches, hardcore, that's in my Shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherred, hoop her. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear them. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots, while your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Can't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debater make a fraud, quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Mijal was a scary man. And he is though, I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You dig? Magi archers.
Alright, what's up? Hope everybody cool. I just got up from a nap and it was like I'm gonna have some midnight energy to burn. I'm probably just about to build. I was watching a show on Sinetta the other day with a good brother Morpheus was breaking down Canaanite tradition, some of the ancient tradition in the Levant, and how if we come to the proper understanding of that Hebrew Bible, my understanding of that Bible is it's about Yahweh establishing himself as the God of Israel, as it often says in the Bible. But in my theory, the one that I take from other scholars, as we can see when we look at extra biblical sources, it appears Yahweh is one of the younger sons of El. And this is his story about him coming into fruition. That's what the Bible is. Particularly, we're going to talk about it from a lot of different angles. I've done a lot of work on this in the past, and I'm going to revisit some of those old documents. But until then, say something when you come in the chat. Say peace wherever you at in the world, whether you overseas or in the States or on the West Coast like me. Say something so we can have a good show and so they can get the algorithm going. Like the video, do all the good stuff. I appreciate it. Let's have a good one.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a kufu feet. I'm like, no, farmer, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though, that mean he 100. And I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like Brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah 'cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit cool. And I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look, you showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lex. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty, a Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
All right, if y'all ever want to check out them tunes, you can get them right on my album Fights Over Egypt on my Bandcamp, Casual 1 at Bandcamp. But what's up, though? We're going to get into this science. I've been watching Sonetta TV. Sometimes I'll be shaking my head. I'll be like, man, they don't know that? Bruh right, bruh wrong. Sometimes Inky was just going off the hook the other day. And I was kind of like trolling him from the chat, but I hope he wasn't getting mad. On this subject about understanding the Bible, I wrote a few documents that they all go together, right? And all these documents go together, and if you understand the context of all these documents I wrote, then we can start to be able to gain this monolitristic understanding of the Hebrew Bible. And that was my first document I wrote called Master Keys to Reading the Bible with Monolitristic Understanding. How the Hebrew Bible is not monotheistic. Part 1. Now from that title, we might say, what you mean? Of course, we know the Hebrew Bible as it is translated to us, King James and all that, it turns out monotheistic because of the processes it went through. But the original text and the original tradition was not a monotheistic tradition. And so I don't know how many theisms we know about. Polytheism, monotheism. There's also one called henotheism. And that's what we argue the original tradition of the Levant was, henotheistic. the acknowledgement of other gods, but not necessarily, being polytheistic, not worshiping all. Now, but monolatry is what exists in Christianity today and on the world today, but we call it monotheism. Anybody can tell you that. You can ask somebody, they'll tell you about Buddha, they'll tell you about Allah, they'll tell you about Yahweh. Some people will say they're all the same thing. And some people will say they are not. And if they say they are not the same thing, then they have an acknowledgement of other gods in that sense. Now they say they don't worship those gods, so that's not monotheistic. Monotheistic is no other gods but one. But if you say Buddha ain't Yahweh, and I'm just giving an arbitrary other deity. I don't know if Buddha was a good example. If you say Ra ain't Yahweh, then automatically there's an acknowledgement that some other people worship other things. But monolatry is, I know that, but that's not the one. Our God is the one God. That's monolatry. Peace to JJ. Oh, that's Judah Nass. What's up? What you say? So somebody may smash a white man. That makes it true. Have you read the Canaanite Ugaritic Ball Cycle? Let me do my presentation, and maybe you might see it's something to it, or maybe you might think it's nothing to it. But I'm not setting out to like offend nobody, so maybe you might be able to just see this like a scholastic presentation. And I wrote these documents, and so if you want to refute them, you can. If you agree with somebody, you might wind up agreeing with some of this. So just check it out. I'm starting with this document I wrote on October 8th, 2013. Master Keys to Reading the Bible with Monolatristic Understanding of How the Hebrew Bible is Not Monotheistic, Part 1. When reading the Hebrew Bible, a lot is left to presupposition and mistranslation. Oh, okay, I feel you, Judah. That's what's up. But you all good. You know how we do. It says, if you are stuck in the King James Version and you think you're a Bible scholar, guess again. This is just how I was writing back then. If you cannot read the Hebrew or the Greek, now this is when I was studying reading the Hebrew. I probably can't say I can read it that good now. But nevertheless, if you cannot read Hebrew or Greek, use a study Bible. But please understand the importance of reading religious texts in their original language. Oftentimes, I find religious zealots arguing over the King James verses that were not even King James verses that was not even translated correctly. Here I will offer a few keys to understanding the monolatristic nature of the Hebrew Bible as I present what's called the monolatristic Bible Code. Now, I got my sources at the bottom just to show where you can get all this stuff from, where I got this stuff from, right? But if you want to peep gang, let's go. It's a real short document. A lot of people know this already. But this is like a baseline to the understanding that we're about to go into. When you read the King James Version and you see Lord, one capital letter, the rest are lowercase, that means the Hebrew term Adonai. All right? That's the proper translation for Lord. And we can talk about that because that'll go kind of into other languages too, but nevertheless. When you see Lord in all caps, the translation, that translates to the Hebrew word Yahweh. Like Exodus 18 and 11. Now I know that the Lord, all capitals, is greater than all gods. So essentially they know that Yahweh is what that's telling you. It says Yahweh in the Hebrew right there. And this is a code that we ain't taught in the Christian church, even about reading the KJV. Some really good biblical zealots couldn't tell you the difference between Lord with one capital and the rest lowercase, or Lord all capitals. So that's the difference, Adonai, Lord, or Yahweh. But when you see gods, all lowercase, that means the sons of El. Now let's remember this. when you see gods all lowercase, that means the sons of El, Elohim, Egyptian gods, are divine people. Exodus 18 and 11. Now I know the Lord, or now I know Yahweh, is greater than all Elohim. All right. And when you see God with one capital and two lowercase, it means Elohim God. This sheds lights on Genesis 22 and 1 and 22 through 22:14. Why did God tempt Abram? God, all capitals, did not tempt Abram. The Elohim did. It was the Elohim who led Abram to sacrifice his son, but Yahweh intervened. We got to read it. Damn. But Yahweh intervened and provided a goat for sacrifice once he seen Abraham was loyal to Elohim. You see, Yahweh was one of the Elohim who was looking for a people. Now, this is my argument. You see, Yahweh was one of the Elohim who was looking for a people or a nation to worship him. In Genesis 22 and 1, Genesis 22 and 14 appears to be Elohim, the sons of El, choosing a nation for the youngest brother, God, Yahweh. Also see Genesis 3 and 1. This explains why Eve ate the apple, because the serpent. Now, I don't agree with what I said here no more, but it still adds some clarity to that. But I'm still going to read what I wrote in this document. It says, also see Genesis 3 and 1. This explains why Eve ate the apple, because the serpent asked her, did Elohim, meaning all the gods, say that you could not eat the apple? If you read the Hebrew, we see that only Yahweh said that. Now, that might be some game for y'all. Go read and see that's true. Get the interlinear Bible and see when the snake said that, he was like, did all the gods say that? If we give Elohim its plurality. Now, when I did some research a few years later, after I wrote this document in 2013, I'm just telling y'all, I met something that weakened my argument on this sentence right here. But I will still ask you to look into it. Go read Genesis 3 and 1 and go look at when the serpent say, when he asked Eve, he not asking her, he like, did all the gods say that? Or did just Elohim say that? Or did just Yahweh say that? But anyway, when you see gods, all capitals, but the second two appear smaller. Notice you'll see that in the Bible. It'll say God, it'll be all caps, but the second two won't be lowercase. They'll just be a smaller font of capitalization. And it means Lord Yahweh, not just Yahweh. What I mean is, if we go back and look at the Hebrew, what they translate to God, one capital and then two smaller capitals, would say Adonai Yahweh. But they just put it in the God. Now, when you see God, all three capital letters, it means El. In the Hebrew tradition, it is taught, and we could track down when they started teaching that, but in the Hebrew tradition, it's taught that El is merely an epithet, just a generic way to say God. And Yahweh is like a personal name, so to speak. But we know El existed in the Levant long before the Israelite tradition. And El was first a Sumerian, or Akkadian, or Ugaritic god. We can find him in all three traditions. If we go as far back as the Sumerian, we'll be talking about Il, which is still El. Now, one thing Dr. Wesley Muhammad pointed out that I don't know if I agree with, but I'm just going to put this lug out there for you to peep game. since there is no L in the ancient Egyptian lexicon, they didn't pronounce that sound. Kind of like maybe Japanese people don't say the L or the R. Which one they don't say? Well, those two consonants are actually interchangeable. L and R are interchangeable, so it's kind of crazy. Wesley Muhammad was using that to say that L and Ra was the same deity. Because if you came into Egypt and tried to say L, they was going to write it with an R. Even though that R represented the same sound that you would hear when you say L, they just didn't have a glyph for it. So they just wrote a R. But Wesley Muhammad took that further to say Ra and El was the same deity. Those deities don't have the same attributes. So you can't match them up just on a linguistic basis. But yeah, now El was first in the Sumerian, Akkadian, and Ugaritic before the name God was ever used in any Hebrew text or tradition. And I got a lot of information on this. I did a lot of writing on this. I probably should be stepping in some of them streams when they talking about it, but I ain't really hyped off this material right now. But peep gang, when you see Lord God in the Bible, it means Yah. Now you could say I'm saying this wrong, but you got to know how putting two nouns together work. You only get and, of, or as options when we see this type of conjunction, disjunction, or apposition. Okay? So Lord God is going to mean Yahweh and the Elohim, Yahweh of the Elohim, or Yahweh Elohim like a surname. Now that's one you got to pay attention to. Because people try to tell you Yahweh and Elohim mean the same thing. It's just another way to say it. But if you understand the translation of Lord God, when we see that in the Bible, it actually translates back to Yahweh Elohim, where you're placing two nouns together, and then you got Yahweh of, like belonging to the Elohim, Yahweh and the Elohim, or Yahweh or the Elohim. Whichever one you got, they're not the same thing. But they're the same thing in English. Lord God. So understanding this also helps us to peep what's going on in the original henotheistic writings, where they wasn't tripping off acknowledging other deities. They just knew which one was theirs. And I'm going to just get the best definition of henotheism. Define henotheism.
Henotheism is the worship of a single supreme God, while accepting the existence or possible existence of other deities. It is often viewed as a midpoint between polytheism, many gods, and monotheism, only one God.
Feel me? So they knew how you gonna say, I ain't even going, we killed monotheism. We know it was henotheistic. They knew about the gods of Egypt. They knew about all these gods they told you to stay away from. Now, who were they? You see, you don't find many ancient Egyptian, if you read the Coptic Bible, you will find ancient Egyptian gods called by name in the Bible. But in this version, you won't find that. Think about that. How did they do all that spending time in Egypt and we don't hear one mention of Ra or nothing in the Bible? But we get the Canaanite deities that they tell you not to mess with. One of the most particular that you hear that Yahweh was really concerned about. Now, if you start to trip off the real story, he had all kind of brothers. He had up to 70 brothers, Yahweh. He being one of the youngest, you can imagine some of the relationship with his other brother deities. I'm not going to be able to go out and say that Moloch was one of them, but the position Moloch plays in the Bible, Yahweh really didn't have nothing for him. Any Bible scholar watching this text, right, watching this video right now, use the power. Matter of fact, watch this. I'm going to use this to try to debunk myself. There's no time in the Bible where Yahweh prevailed over Moloch. Now watch this. Name one instance in the Bible where Yahweh prevailed over Moloch.
The Bible does not mention a god or deity named Mullet.
Oh,
The
my
name
God.
likely refers to Molech.
Yeah, that's what I said, Moloch. All right, so let him go back. Hold on. I didn't say mullet. I said Moloch, but I got to say it like him, so let me say it again. Name one instance in the Hebrew Bible where Yahweh prevailed over Molech.
The religious reforms of King Josiah, 2 Kings chapter 23, verse 10, prevailed as he destroyed the altars of Molech in the valley of Ben Hinnom, Topheth, ending the practice of child sacrifice there.
Yeah, he killed him right there. Well, that was his fiercest enemy. See, AI will beat your brakes off you. But like in the Bible, what I learned is in the earlier Old Testament, the instructions to stay away from Moloch for some reason was a big ass thing. I don't want to get off track, but it was a big ass thing. And one of the only fights where great indignation was brought upon Israel was when they was fighting against the people of Moloch. Let me see. In the Bible, when was a great indignation brought upon Israel?
The great indignation came upon Israel when the king of Moab sacrificed his firstborn son on the city wall during the siege by the combined armies of Israel, Judah, and Edom. 2 Kings chapter 3, verse 27. This led the Israelite coalition to withdraw.
So what happened? He sacrificed his son to Moloch, and they had to get up out of there. Now, how is that in the Bible? A great indignation means you got hands and feet. But anyway, let's continue. So we know that it was other powerful people was praying to other stuff, but the Bible is about it not being as powerful as Yahweh. Now, when you see Most High, and this is what we'll focus on, one of these two capitals, it's Elyon. Deuteronomy 32, 8, 9, Elyon gives Yahweh the Israelites to be his people. Deuteronomy 32 and 8, when the Most High Elyon divided the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, right? This is the fake version, and I'm going to show y'all that. When he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. I got a whole document about that, and we're going to go into that. But remember that term, children of Israel, and the word inheritance. Elyon was the Most High who gave out the inheritance. Yahweh is a receiver. You can't give yourself an inheritance. An inheritance goes from father to son. It says, when the Most High divided the nations their inheritance, all right? When he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. This is the fake version. I'm going to show you and prove it. For the Lord Yahweh's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. See, they rewrote that and remixed it and tried to take the henotheism out of it. Who's responsible for that? Possibly who scholars call the Yahwist. So we got 4 categories of the people who wrote the Bible in the documentary hypothesis. We got Elohist, that's the E. We got Yahwist, crazy enough, that's a J. But we got the Yahwist, right? We got the Deuteronomist, that's the D. And then we got the last one. Go on and put it up because y'all know this, y'all study it. Who's the last writer? The Kohanim, the priestly tradition. Those are the 4 authors that scholars say came up with this biblical text, altered it, and did all of these things. Now, the problem is Elohist mess with El. From an older text and older traditions that they find. But at the time when the Kohanim is putting out the text, they were strictly Yahwist. But all of their elder texts is Elohist. So they start the amalgamation of the deities into one. But they got these texts that's already written. So they got to start reforming stuff and changing stuff like this. This didn't say children of Israel. And that's why I was wondering why my brother Morpheus didn't whip out the original on Sinetta the other day. But we're going to get to that because we're still reading the Bible code and putting people up on it. And the last few are when you see Most High, only the high is capitalized, it's still Elyon. The Lord Most High is different. That's Yahweh Elyon. Now that's how you will be saying Yahweh the Most High. But that's different than Elyon. And it'll be proven. It says biblical translators have presupposed monotheism on the biblical text and merged Yahweh and Elyon into God. For a breakdown on the above assertion, see this book. Let's see if the book is still live. The Godhead, New Scriptural Insight on the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. But we can't get into it right now because ain't no copy up here. So the book is still live. I'm glad the source is still there. Now this is the one I'm gonna dig into them with because I wrote a 30-page document that's been live. It's got over 200,000 reads and no refutation. Okay? So sometimes we ain't just tripping. Check it out. God Almighty. First letters capital, that's El Shaddai. El Shaddai is a completely distinct deity, completely different than Yahweh. If you read that in the Bible with that understanding, you see you closer to your nature, you closer to God or whatever. Because he don't want you to be a fool out here. This El Shaddai should not be confused for Yahweh. And you can see in the Bible how the Kohanim try to make you think it's the same nature, but it's too hard to do because the Yahwist who wrote that text, they try to make you think that he's El, but the Elohist had already wrote damn near the whole Torah, besides Deuteronomy. And then, the Levitical priest part, that go with Kohanim, I would probably say, probably not. Well, you can look into the documentary hypothesis, which I probably got cited in one of these documents. I do. So we'll straighten that out. Exodus 6, 2, and 3 proves Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac knew El Shaddai before Yahweh. Don't let nobody be telling you it's the same thing. Pete Gary. It is only Yahweh who claims that to be El Shaddai. See, when El Shaddai and look, this is how it works. When that name Yahweh come around and people on the earth start hearing that name, he tell Moses or whoever he told we're gonna see, he was like, your forefathers or whoever didn't know me by this name. Imagine somebody coming up to you saying that today. What's up, Judah Nass? I knew your forefathers, but they didn't know me by this name. They knew me by Pookie. But right now I'm casual. You would have been like, what? But anyway, I won't go off that. I won't go too far on that. It is only Yahweh who claimed to be El Shaddai. El Shaddai never claimed to be Yahweh. Shaddai is an Amorite town. This is what people don't know about it. El Shaddai was the god of Shaddai. El Shaddai. In the Bible, Ami Shaddai is translated as the people of the Almighty, but it is clear understanding will show Ami Shaddai to be the people of Shaddai, an Amorite town in or by the country of Dan. Ami Shaddai was the father of Ahiezer, excuse me, I probably said that wrong, and Ahiezer or whatever was chief of the Danites. It makes perfect biblical sense. And now I'm going to prove that Shaddai was a place. If you go to ancient Israelite faith and history, even though these books don't have the preview no more, well, they do got a preview. Let's look, it said right here, Bow, they gave me some love. Because right on the preview, it's talking about, that's why I put the link. So maybe the preview is, look, Abraham as a proto-Yahwist. Now check this out. Second traditions about Abraham's religion, especially the curious tradition linking Abraham to El Shaddai, God Almighty, now has to be recast. The name El Shaddai was Amorite in origin, designating a place. I gotta make this bigger. Y'all think I'm making this up. Look, where it say designating a place, it said that's designating a place right here. The God of Shaddai. So y'all thinking El Shaddai because these priests came and remixed it and told y'all that was Yahweh, you tripping. And I got the master keys to reading that Bible. That's why I'm on to something else. And I'm going to help you get these master keys and use your own discernment given to you by God so you can see what you're supposed to see. You don't think he gave you something to be like not able to see something, right? So see, is this true or not? Was there an Amorite city called Shaddai? Well, yeah, it was. And then it's even colder because it go with the language, but I ain't gonna go too fast. I'm just gonna read the book. The name El Shaddai was an Amorite in origin, designating a place, i.e. the God of Shaddai. The name was well known throughout the region, being attested in Amharic inscriptions of the 7th century BC and as a personal name in the unpublished Arabic inscription from the Roman period. Right? There is an unusual archaeological site. Now, this is the site that we're going to look at. Check this out. I love this book. There is an unusual archaeological site along the Euphrates River that forms twin mounds. Y'all know Hebrew? How do you say breast in Hebrew? Check it out. The Euphrates River that forms twin mounds rising above the plain, situated near Bali River, near the ancient trade route branching southward towards Damascus via Palmyra. It says this site already has had this distinctive shape when it was occupied in the Bronze Age. So it looked like two breasts, y'all. Today in Arabic, it is called Tel Ef Tadin. Now y'all know Arabic. What does Tadin mean? It literally means the ruined site of the two breasts. There go your El Shaddai. This is why every blessing from El Shaddai in the Hebrew Bible is feminine. El Shaddai don't deal with the jealousy of Yahweh. El Shaddai do not deal with murder, trickery, none of that. El Shaddai, before I let y'all know she was the mother goddess, because you got to learn this in the process, was always giving feminine blessings throughout the Hebrew Bible. I'm going to tell you why. I just told you why. She was the mother goddess, indicated by the two breasts, the ruined site of the two breasts. It is almost certain the ruins of the ancient city of Tuktul, mentioned in the Mari archives, whose name mentioned breast in Sumerian. The local Amorite equivalent would have been Shaddai, two breasts. Now, I'm about to put y'all up on game. Who wrote the book? What's her name? Jean Klein? Who wrote the book, The God with the Two Breasts? El Shaddai, the God with the two breasts. It's either David Bialy, B-I-L-B-A-I-L-E, David Bialy or whatever, or Janet somebody. I remember these books. Let's look this up. El Shaddai, the God with the breasts. I know I cited these works. The God with the breast. Let's see what book. Well, I probably can't. I don't see the book, but I got it cited later. Right? So let's get back to this homework. Let me see. Now look, y'all want to look this site up to see if it really exists? It does. I've done that years ago. Tel Ef Tadin. Y'all can put that in y'all wiki. It's in wiki. And they'll tell you this was the ancient Amorite city called Shaddai. Now I went in the Bible. I did my own work. And I went in my Bible and I found when Abram was there. Guess when he was there? He was like a mile away from there when he was sitting under, y'all know the Bible better than me, but I do the Bible. He was sitting under a moray tree in Shechem. Y'all remember that? Guess who came to him? You would think this is crazy. That's when El Shaddai came to him and said, get up out of there. So let me ask my phone, because it'll be the quickest. What happened when Abram was he Abraham yet? He was probably Abraham. I don't know. What happened when Abram was sitting under a moray tree in Shechem?
There is no record of Abraham Lincoln sitting under a specific moray.
I'm not talking about Abraham Lincoln, dog. In the Bible, what happened when Abraham sat under a moray tree in Shechem?
The Lord appeared to Abraham, then called Abram, at the terebinth, or oak, of Morah in Shechem, and promised to give the land to his offspring. In response, Abraham built an altar to the Lord there.
Which Lord was that?
That Lord was Yahweh, or Jehovah, the God of Israel, who often appears as the Lord in English translations of the Bible.
Okay. I want to look, but that's good. So he said Yahweh came to him by that moray tree in Shechem. Now, if you look up Shechem and Shaddai, we're going to look up in, hopefully we can do it. Tell, what is it called? Tell. We're going to do this. Tell, F-E-T-H, Thadin, T-H-A-D, that's Thad. That goes back to the Akkadian way to say breast, Todd. Not Akkadian, yeah, Todd. So that's where you get that Thad for breast in the Arabic. But it all goes to the Shad, the Thad, and it starts really with the original Akkadian Thad for breast. But now, y'all can look at what I'm looking at so y'all can see this. So we're going to see this occur in our face. Now check this out. Tel El Tarim in Wiki. It says, is a tail in Syria. The name means the tail of the two breasts. So you know Syria is just the upper Levant. I mean, they call it the upper retinue. Tail of the two breasts, right, in Arabic, and has been speculated as the Amorite language to be called Shaddai. But they wanted to tell us, I wanted to show you where this was at. So I had a way that I had found it on the map. I think I clicked maps, right? Because it was there, believe it or not. Watch this. How did I find it? Well, anyway, it's not that far from Shechem. Let's ask. How far would the Amorite city Shaddai be from Shechem?
That distance cannot be calculated because Shaddai is a possible Bronze Age Amorite city located in northern Syria near the Euphrates, while Shekinah is a post-biblical Jewish concept.
I didn't say
referring to the dwelling presence
Shekinah.
of God, not a physical city.
Man, I said Shechem. Hold on, let me say it clearer. How far is the Amorite city Shaddai from Shechem?
The Amorite city Shaddai, possibly modern Tel East Thadian on the Euphrates in northern Syria, is roughly 400 to 500 miles northeast of Shechem, near modern Nablus.
Oh, that's way too far. That ain't how I imagined it. I didn't have that. He talking about 400, 500 miles or what? I don't know. I'm just going to go with the AI because I can't beat that. In my analogy, it seems that he had passed close through this Amorite land, right? But let's just keep with what I wrote instead of going off the pages because everything I wrote, I researched, right? And so, yeah, that's what I want to keep on. But we can clearly see that they'll tell us that this was an area of the two breasts. So where's my document? I think I closed it. Maybe it was on this one. No, that was that. That's that. It must have been right here. Trying to get back to my document I was reading from. Yeah, there we go. Now check it out. We ain't finished because we have Ugaritic text, and I wrote this a long time ago. Nobody cited this. Somebody cited it, but we have Ugaritic texts that seem to list Yahweh amongst the sons of El. Now remember that. Remember earlier I asked y'all to remember how they remixed it up here where it say children of Israel. That's a remix. That's not really what it said. They changed it. Children of Israel is different than sons of El. But they in the same position in the text, and there's some scholar who took out one and replaced it with the other. You feel me? So peep game, we're going to do the knowledge on the sons of El because this is who Yahweh is. And here's the text that didn't present in the debate the other day. I'll be like, what's going on? Yeah, my research way better than Wiki, but I just wanted to show people on the Wiki. Wiki is intended to be general. So anybody going into detail like this should be Wiki. But shout out for saying that. Drink hot. We have Ugaritic texts that seem to list Yahweh amongst the sons of El. It don't seem to list him. It really lists him. Sim Beni Yah Itil or whatever. The name of the sons of God. The name of the son of God is what? Yah. There is a Ugaritic text that says the name of the son of El is Yah. Why nobody pulled this out? Here we see that Yah was a son before the father. Let's look at this book. Creation and Judgment. Creation text and some 8th century prophets. Good book. Now look, do it say what I said or did I make it up? Hold on. We gotta start from above here. For her and the, oh no, this ain't the text we should be reading. Let's start up here. Let me see. I just want to start one line from here. Well, I guess it does start. Because it says, for Hearn in the Ugaritic text, it gives all the sources. It's acting as Yahweh atop of them. But then it goes to, which says, Shem Beni Yah, or whatever, Itel, or whatever, and it has more. The name of my son is Yah. O goddess of the seed name is Yam. This the only other extra biblical references found in a text from the late Bronze where this possibly wordplay is intended upon the independent name Yahweh. However, he says there's two problems. We are on a firmer ground when we include in our search pre-monarchic personal names. Accordingly, we need to wait until the second half of the 9th century before we encounter the first certain reference to the independent Hebrew divine name. Now, we clearly got a text taking us back saying, my son name is Yah. And that's El saying that. And I'm sorry that took so long. It took an hour. That ain't even cooking. That's just stuff you need to learn in the beginning. Now let me drop you a jewel. When we start to understand the henotheistic tradition, I want to get this ad off of here. When we start to understand the henotheistic tradition, we can make more sense out of the Bible. See, nobody you know, not your best Christian scholar, not your best master teacher, not none of the Hebrew Israelites, not nobody in the chat watching with contention has given you a better understanding of Melchizedek than understanding the monolitristic master keys to reading the Bible. It's not a code I came up with. It's something I coined that term and I just giving it back out to the people. It's something I got from reading various books. Let me show you. Nobody will give you a better breakdown on who Melchizedek was. None of them can understand it. You can't understand. The story doesn't make sense monotheistically. Yah will probably, they argue that Yah is short for Yahweh there. When we're talking about Melchizedek, we have to understand that first, this is the big misunderstanding because people today think the Bible say that we have to support Israel. The Bible don't say that. Even if you go to the later verses that make it seem like they're saying that, it's not talking about that place that some people chose to call Israel in the 50s or whatever. It's not, they wasn't talking about that. Right? So, if you think about it, Melchizedek was a priest of the Most High God. The only way you can understand Melchizedek is if you understand the Most High God wasn't Yahweh. The Most High God was probably El or Elyon. If I need to clear something up, Sofer, help me out. Because I did have like a little brain gap. So I was like, did I finish that statement or not? So if it's something I need to clean up, help me. Tell me what it is. But Melchizedek in the Bible was a priest of the Most High God. The Most High God would say, was he a priest of the Most High or the Most High God? I think he was a priest of the Most High. So he was a priest of Elyon. And they're clearly telling you he ain't got nothing to do with Yahweh. You see, in the story, it's about the Israel part. It don't say nothing about that. I'll prove it. In the story at about, we're going to go to, this is about Genesis 12 something. So let me pull up Genesis 12. And my memory is at about Genesis 12. So we can learn this from about Genesis 12. Yes, Elyon. Gen 12. We're going to analyze Genesis 12, right? And I'm going to break this down for you. Let's get out the New International Version because that's even more confusing. Let's just try to go to the KJV, an older translation. Every time they retranslate stuff, they change stuff. So now the Lord said to Abram, get out of the country and from thine kindred and from thy father's house unto the land that I will show thee. And I will make thee, now who is this? You remember the Bible code is a capital L. But look, this here go one right here. See, all of these are capital. This is one right here. You would have never noticed this. Peep the game, my code is working. All of these are capital. But why is the first one bigger? These are not lowercase. That's not a lowercase r right here. But all of the words aren't the same size. All of the letters aren't the same size. Trust me, that's a code. So if you remember in the Bible code what this translates to, what is it? Well, let's go revisit the Bible code and see if it's right. When you see Lord all caps, it translates to the Hebrew word Yahweh. Lord, all, one of them is lowercase, but we want Lord where one is lowercase, the rest ain't lowercase. So I only did God when the rest ain't lowercase. It's still gonna, this one just gonna be the same as this one, Yahweh, right? If we did the interlinear. Why don't we do the interlinear just to make it make sense? Yeah. Dude, all of the stuff on the screen, like, yeah, let me get it right. All right, I had to minimize it. I tried to do the interlinear, but it seemed like I click Hebrew Greek. What is it doing? I don't want to learn more, dude. Oh, man, all these promotions. Hold up. I thought over on this side the Hebrew Greek was supposed to pop up. But nevertheless, now the Lord said to Abram, get out of the country and get from the kindred and from thy father's house into the land that I will show thee. And I will make thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and I will make thy name great, and thou shalt be blessed, right? So he going to be blessed when he go out, and he going to make him a great nation. And I will bless them that bless thee. Dog, this is one of the parts that people be confusing to say that when he say he gonna make this great nation of Israel, and I will bless them that bless thee, and I will curse them that curse thee. This is like that guy, what's the senator? Ted Cruz. He thought that this meant that we gotta support Israel. There's other verses we should talk about, but let's deal with this one, because I came to this about Melchizedek when I made the claim that I could possibly provide for you the greatest understanding of Melchizedek if you're willing to accept anything you learned so far about this tradition being henotheistic. Other gods existed. Now watch this. I will bless them that bless thee, right? Don't forget what he told Abram before he left. He gonna bless whoever bless him. He gonna curse whoever curse him. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. Right? So Abraham left. Look, so Abraham departed as the Lord has spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran, out of Haran. Abram took Sarah his wife and Lot his brother and all of their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran, and and they went forth into the land of Canaan. And into the land of Canaan they came. Right? Here go the Shechem tree and the Moreh tree. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh. I said a Moreh tree. The plain of Moreh. And the Canaanite was then in the land. So when he was in Shechem, on the plain of Moreh, it was Canaanites all over the place. And the Lord appeared unto Abram. This is when I will, and said unto thee, I will give you the land. I will there built an altar unto the Lord who appeared to him, and he removed from thence unto the mountain to the east of Bethel. Let's slow down, because they not letting us understand this. As he pitched the tent, having Bethel on its west and Hai on its east. What do he got? What does a tent represent? Well, what does a tent represent if you see it in the same sentence with the house? You see, we're not reading this in the Hebrew. And they make you think Bethel is a place. See, after Yahweh came to Abram, because Yahweh needs some people to follow him, so he one of the sons of El looking around, he found some people, he gonna make them be his people, Israel, right? So he said, Abram, look, I need you to multiply because y'all gonna be my people. Until these seed I will give a land and there build an altar to the Lord. Abram gonna build an altar to the Lord, but Pete game, you remember he was on the plain of Moreh and the Canaanites was all in the land. This is the part that you gotta understand. And he removed from thence unto the mountain on the east of Bethel. Bethel is Beth El. Beth means a house. El is another deity. Now to prove it, next it says, and pitched a tent. See? So if Beth means a house, El is already established. Stationary. Beth El, the house of El. But then Yahweh got his boy Abram pitching the tent and building him an altar in between two gods that's already established. Beth El being one, as he pitched his tent, having Beth El on the west and Hai on the east. He putting up a tent for his new stationary God in between two houses, the house of El and Hai. It don't say Beth Hai, but Hai on the east. And there he built an altar unto the Lord and called upon the name of Yahweh, or the Lord. And Abram journeyed Don't forget that the Lord gonna bless whoever blessed Abraham and curse who curse him. That don't lead on to today. Abram is dead. Now look, and Abram's journey still going toward the south, and there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt and sojourned there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass when he had come near to Egypt, that he said unto Sarah his wife, here go Abram's first punk sin. He turned to his wife, something you would never do unless you're a punk too. He turned to his wife and said, behold, now I know that there are a fair woman. So I'm like, hey baby, you look good, right? We on this mission, you look hella good. Therefore it shall come to pass that when the Egyptians shall see you, that they will say, this is his wife, and they will kill me. But they will save you, or they will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister. Tell them you my sister. Imagine saying, I'd rather die. I mean, y'all will force me into a situation because I said that the way I gotta say, she my sister, and I'm with my wife, so that y'all won't kill me and y'all will just readily take her? Wow, that's crazy. But that's not the point of the story, right? So he do all of this. I'm not gonna even read what all this that happened with the Pharaoh, because we need to get to 14. He had this whole sojourn with the Pharaoh. Look, she my sister. He telling the sister go in the house, make everybody sick in the Pharaoh's palace. Pharaoh didn't even touch her. He kicked her out, and they asked Abraham, bro, why you do that, bro? Why when you came here, you told us your wife was your sister? Would you take this woman and get up out of here? That's exactly how the story went. I don't even know how they made the Pharaoh look bad in that story, but that's not the point. I want you to continue, because now we're on 13. So he went up out of Egypt, and his wife, now he gonna go pull the same scam on somebody else. Who he gonna pull the scam on? First he put it on the Egyptians. When he got there, he said, baby, they hella rough and shit, so when we get there, say you my sister. That's low, but okay. He told him it was his sister, so the Egyptians didn't think she was his wife, so they took her to the Pharaoh. Like, it's a bad one out here. She stunk up the house, dude. Like, when she got in the Pharaoh palace, all kind of stuff was going wrong. They was getting sick and stuff. Got her up out of there. God was coming to the Pharaoh, hardening his heart, doing all kind of weird stuff. And got him up out of there. So now they up out of Egypt. Watch them go pull the same scam again. Then Egypt was very rich in cattle. So basically, he cursed those who cursed thee, because when he went into the house of the Pharaoh, he hardened his heart. He didn't really curse them, but he didn't bless the Pharaoh and them, because they wasn't really, in this story, they wasn't rocking with Abram. But anyway, he went on his journey from the south even to Bethel, right? Now this is after he left Egypt, so now he going back to the house of El. And what he gonna do again? Unto the place where his tent. Please know that house and tent is significant in this story. To the place where his tent had been in the beginning, between Bethel and Hai, unto the place of the altar, which he had made there in the first, and there Abram called to the name of the Lord. And Lot also, which went with him, had flocks and herds, and the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell there, for the substance was great, so they could not dwell there. So they had to cut, right? Now I'm just trying to get, I don't want to just be reading the whole Bible. We got too much to learn. Here come the Sodom and Gomorrah part. We trying to get to 14. But this still his whole trip. You forgot that the Lord told him to take. Now watch what happened in 14. And don't forget, I'm teaching you about Melchizedek, but you had to learn all that. You had to hear that. Now let's go to 14. You know 12, 13, 14, right? So when he was telling them to go on the trip, he owned the trip. Now here go the second king that he put, well, no, this ain't the one. And it came to pass that in the days of Amraphel, the king of Shinar, it says, Arioch, king of Elazar, Shedalamar, or Shadorlamer, whatever, king of Elam, and the title king of the nations, that these made war in Bera, king of Sodom, and the Beerus and the king of Gomorrah. They all fighting. This ain't the part I want you to see. So we're going to keep going down, right? And then we're going to get to a particular part that I need y'all to see. Now here it is. Wait. So that was funking, right? But Abraham tiptoeing all around it. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, you feel me? He armed his trained servants, bore his own house. It says born in his own house now. Because he got servants down, that tent and turned to a house. 318 of them, and pursued them in the Dan. You peep game how the tent turned to a house, but keep going. And he divided himself against them, he his servants in the night, and smote them, and pursued them into Hobah, which is on the left of Damascus. Now he brought back all the goods, so they won that war. And he brought together with Lot his goods, and the woman also. It says, and the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him in the valley of Shavah, which is the king's Dale. Now, peep gang. This is what I was trying to get to, 14:18. So y'all see, God told him to go on the trip. He said, whoever curse you on this trip, they're going to be messed up. And whoever bless you on this trip, going to be messed up. Going to be all good. But what's something to note that ain't happened yet in the Bible? Well, if I skip to 18, that's probably going to say that. Well, there's no priesthood established for Yahweh. That ain't there yet. So when this line happens and it says, on 18, and Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God. They're not talking about Yahweh. Because before this journey just happened, Yahweh just came to Abram for the first time. Told him to go on a journey, and after he go on his journey and find his land, he gonna make him a great nation. Yeah, Abram ain't got there yet. He's still on the journey. On the journey, how can someone come to him that's a priest of the Most High God? No one can answer that question. They start saying the stupidest things. They actually say Melchizedek is Jesus. If you be around people like that that can't explain things the way that I'm showing you this, just get away from them. Melchizedek was Jesus? Yeah, the king of Salem is the king of peace. Man, check this out. Melchizedek, and I'm going to go even further to give you some more game that they'll never give you. Melchizedek breaks down to Malchi, the king, Zedek. That is another son of El. So if you want to do the English to find Zedek, you're going to put S-Y-D-Y-K. Let me show you. Go S-Y-D-Y-K, right? S-Y-D-Y-K. You're going to learn all about him. Zedek. Now, people don't know about Melchizedek. Now they said Roman era Phoenician writer. No, he told you about was the name of a deity appearing in the that ain't, we gotta go back further than that. So in order to do it, they're gonna want me to put Zadok, but this is still Sedek, but they giving it to you from the Phoenician. You gotta go back further. So I know how you're gonna pull it up with a Z. See, they got it for Melchizedek right here, strangely enough. Why they got Melchizedek here? Because look, it has also been conjectured that a related deity named Zedek, righteousness, was worshipped in pre-Israelite Jerusalem as the name of the two kings of the city, Melchizedek and Adonai-Zedek, contain the element of Zedek. So this is, I told you to put SYDYK. That ain't gonna work. You gotta put this. You gotta put TZEDEK. That's the Zedek from Melchizedek. Now, he could be a most high priest of Zedek. Is a fundamental Hebrew man reading justice, righteousness, and fairness in company. Now you can see, but Zedek was also a Netzer. Let's see, son of El, or God, G-O-D. See, they went to Zedek now. Now it went back to the one I showed y'all, SYDYK. Now look, they ain't gonna say it's Roman no more. Zedek was a Western Semitic deity of righteousness or justice promoted in pre-Israelite Canaanite. That's who Melchizedek is. My king is Zedek. It's saying right on the screen. Hey, I wouldn't say this years ago. If I could have had something to corroborate this the way I was saying this years ago, I would have just showed y'all the screen. It's showing you right on the screen. So now you can understand the Bible if you're willing to accept that Melchizedek, who blessed Abraham, gave him a blessing of another deity. But look, let's keep this clean. That's his name, Melchizedek. His position was a priest of the Most High God. So even though his king was Zedek, right? He's the king of Salem. He was a priest of the Most High God. Now, please answer this again. The covenant hadn't finished happening. He ain't even got to the land yet. How then is Melchizedek a priest of Yahweh? Can someone please put in the chat that he can't be? If you know about anachronisms and stuff, he can't be. He can't be. There's no way this God right here, the Most High God, is Yahweh. Now, peep game. You remember what, in the beginning of the story, what Yahweh said he was going to do if somebody blessed him on his journey or if somebody cursed him? Well, watch what happened. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine. He can't be. Thank you, Dora. You peeping, gang. There's no way you could be a priest of the Most High God before the covenant was finished happening, before they established that. Israel ain't even born yet. None of that. So he's already a priest. So Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was a priest of the Most High God. So he was a priest of Elyon. Thank you, is a different deity. Look, and so he gonna bless Abram. Now watch this. And he blessed him, right? And said, blessed be Abram and the Most High God. Now they trying to confuse you here, but look, just piece this. They say, blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of the earth. So this is Melchizedek saying, yo, Abram, let Elyon take care of you. You good. You blessed by Elyon. Now peep gang. And blessed be the Most High God, which have delivered thine enemies into the land, and he have given them the titles. Now that's crazy. And the king of Sodom said to Abram, give me thy person and take the goods thyself. So he gave him some more stuff. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I will lift up mine hand unto the Lord, the most high God, the possessors of the heaven and the earth. Now we're dealing with a little bit of what appears to be the amalgamation. But nevertheless, we simply talking about Melchizedek and the anomaly that if Melchizedek was already a priest of the Most High God, then what is this covenant the Most High God is making with Abram? It makes no sense. But now that was just one little explanation. Let's get back to the text. So we looked over this. The last one I wanted to show you was that one about Melchizedek, right? And I want y'all to look up the Backyard Professor on YouTube. He's so raw. He don't even talk about the Bible no more. But about 15 years ago on YouTube, he was beating the brakes off of preachers, and it's a white dude. He raw, dog. He called the Backyard Professor. Like, I'm telling you, that's why I cite him straight off YouTube. I said, fact is, the Backyard Professor says, theological speculation concerning monotheistic tendencies in the Old Testament has combined the deities to suppose that there was only a monotheism, whereas the actual inscriptural evidence and archaeological evidence show that these were separate deities. Right? And then we got George Levi de la Vida, the bold merger of the two of the chief deities of the Canaanite pantheon into one being represent the closest approach of monotheism throughout the whole book of Genesis. That's just the first document I wrote on it, and it took more than an hour and a half to break that down. There's also a part 2 to the Master Keys, but I'm not going to read that now. I'm going to take y'all someplace else because we need to talk about El Shaddai. So if you want to go look at any of my work to refute it on El Shaddai, go to Rap God WordPress and type in El Shaddai. This document has served as one of the most informative documents, because I know people have updated. I've been looking, but nobody went as far as I went. I went all into Africa. And I even heard somebody talking about Nana Bukulu the other day. Well, that's just another form of El Shaddai too, right? So I'm just gonna read my work. You'll get it best that way. This is a document I wrote to ISUPK called El Shaddai, the Mother Goddess, an open letter to ISUPK. But look, I've been doing readership, and in order to make the video be more sustainable, allow me to take a little break real quick. I'm gonna play y'all a cool video. And then, cause I wanna go downstairs, grab some water and do a few things. And then I'll be right and ready to go for this second segment. I'm just gonna play a cool little video to watch. Informative plus entertaining. And how long I got for this video? Let's say. I know this video ain't 13 minutes. We're not gonna watch the whole 13 minutes. I'll be back before that. All right.
So the first question I have for you, my brother Ngozi, Chief X recently did a presentation on my channel claiming that the ancient Egyptian people were not black. Do you agree or disagree with him?
No, I disagree. The Egyptians were black. No, I disagree. The Egyptians were black.
Final words is not the plight and not talking about damn Egyptians.
Y'all want to see a dead body?
If you got a Nubian cattle culture, pottery and all that shit that migrated from, and language that migrated from north of Egypt, like, what are you trying to say though? It tells you all that.
At what point did ancient Egyptian culture become distinct?
That's not the point we make. We saying that what it became what it came out of.
Nobody denied what it came out of. Nobody denied what it came out of.
I know, but that's so it derived out of a nappy head group of motherfuckers. So it derived out of a nappy head group of motherfuckers. So it derived out of a nappy head group of motherfuckers.
You ain't smoking weed as long as I did. Don't smoke crack as long as I did.
I know you don't smoke no more, family, but you were very high. Trying to run up on Smash. Them boys fought, they fight. had an illiterate leader, that's why they thought they right. I know you ain't back fucking with cracks, but you was tripping saying Egyptians wasn't black, bruh.
Okay, here we go. I can tell some problems right now. So you said a few things that most people can't even put together in their mind. So I would like to say this. When you say to me that based off of American standards, I automatically say, well, that's colonizing standards. That was the standard set by colonizers and the racist white supremacists. They were very supremacist in their approach to racialize indigenous people and put their own tags on them. So that's the American standard. That am I wrong? Am I wrong in that? I want to make sure
you are not wrong.
Okay, so the museums, the curators say they're indigenous Africans to get away from that because we know we studied Charles Darwin, right? And he basically said that humans come from Africa first. He's one of the first people to report that, right? And he's basically saying that, you know, skin color can actually range. So we recognize this. And like you said, the patriarchy, I like the way you say that. The patriarchy, right? I like that. And so, but when you make the point to say by American standards they black, I'm cool with that. But when you make the point to say by American standards they black, I'm cool with that. When you make the point to say by American standards they black, I'm cool with that.
I mean, like Smash, plain and simple, is a bona fide rap artist. He started him and his buddy started the Hyro crew. You know what I'm saying? Dedicated, you know what I'm saying, to studying the language, the glyphs. You know what I'm saying? When he comes to these series, it's like qualified to challenge the curators. Qualified to challenge the curators. Qualified to challenge the curators. You know what I'm saying? In museums. All right?
Many months later.
When it was time to call your mother name, I did that. When it was time to call your mother name, I did that. I did that. Now all of a sudden when the experts come into play, oh, I agree with them. How? Then why would we have argued? Well, we weren't talking about race, but what the hell was we talking about? Where is their stance? Do y'all know? Because if the stance is that the Egyptians call themselves black people, every single expert we brought said different. Every single expert they brought said different. They said no. They never called themselves that.
As far as a name, an ancient Egyptian having a name, Kem, and it happened not infrequently that the ancient Egyptians would have either a name or a nickname. More commonly, I think, a nickname, Kem. So, like, there's a guy like Pepi Ankh. His name is Pepi Ankh. The pharaoh, may the pharaoh Pepi live. It's the name itself is a reference to the king, and may actually have not been his original name. It might be a name that he adopted as a priest of a dead king, or as a government functionary under a living king. But so he would have that name Pepi Ankh, and then at the end it's Kem, the black.
Where is their stance? Do y'all know? Because if the stance is that the Egyptians call themselves black people, every single expert we brought said different. Every single expert.
All right, cool. Y'all want to finish watching that? I'll get back to the teacher. I'm back. I started watching it for a minute, and I'm like, I ain't on that right now. We teaching about this Bible because people was tripping, thinking that it ain't been no. Now, trying to be over monotheistic ain't working. Understand monolatry, and that's what you're doing, and that's a better way to pull that off. So let me just give y'all this homework. Because cats don't give out homework, cats talk too much. Check it out. Introduction. This was written by me in 2013. I wrote under a pseudonym, but y'all knew this was my page. Atheops Neo Matamoros. Because I was funky with the new Moors. Matamoros mean Moor killer. And I just was giving them the business, but it's all good. Check it out. Excuse me. Introduction. It has been argued that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was not Yahweh. And it's quite plausible that the mother goddess of ancient times was also venerated by pre-Mosaic patriarchs. It appears the monotheistic presupposition of biblical translators allowed them to superimpose values on biblical text. by amalgamating deities, reducing the gods of the Bible worshipped by the patriarchs of pre-Mosaic times to Yahweh. It is my contention that El Shaddai was the feminine epithet that signified the mother goddess. He said he wanted to finish watching it. Okay, I'm gonna bring that back in a minute. We're gonna have commercials with the fun videos. Every time I get tired of reading. El Shaddai. Harriet Lutsky and Shaddai as a goddess epithet, Vetus Testamentum 48, 1998, contemplated if El Shaddai was the Semitic goddess Ashura. Lutsky demonstrated that the translation of El Shaddai as Yahweh was based on priestly tradition. Scholars estimate that these priestly sources were composed circa 900, 500 BC. Contemporary sources list dates of 2091 BC for God sending Abraham to Egypt. I argue that El Shaddai possibly was the goddess of the patriarchs of people. Hey, I wrote way better before AI came out. Like I be trying to use it to help me. Nah, this way better. You feel me? I argue that El Shaddai possibly was the goddess to the pre-Mosaic patriarchs of the patriarchs of pre-Mosaic times, and that the monotheistic disposition of the authors of the priestly sources created a literary effort at promulgating Yahweh's veneration. This demoted other gods to being mere epithets for Yahweh. This was the cause of El Shaddai of the priestly narrative being reduced to Yahweh. So check out Exodus 6 and 3 as we read, "And I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob by the name El Shaddai. But by my name Yahweh was I not known to them." All right? The above verse is a priestly account used to amalgamate Yahweh with El Shaddai. It really makes no sense because, as I will detail later, Yahweh revealed his name many times before Exodus 6 and 3. Genesis 17 and 1, "And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared to Abram and said to him, I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be thou perfect." Now check it out. Regardless of Exodus 6 and 3 attempts to amalgamate Yahweh with El Shaddai, let the verse establish that neither Abraham, Isaac, nor Jacob knew Yahweh, but they worshiped El Shaddai. Now let's use our logic and reasoning for a minute. I ask, how can one know or identify a God other than by name? Let's just stop right there. Identify a God right now other than by name. You're going to try to think of an epithet, the Holy One or something that's still part of her name. It is taught that Yahweh is an omnipresent, all-knowing God, indiscernible by boundaries, with no corporeal effigy, represented by no graven image. Then knowing Yahweh before knowing his name could only be done by identifying that the laws of Yahweh are the same laws one followed prior, where was I at? Prior to knowing the name of Yahweh. I gotta read that over for you again so y'all could get it. It is taught that Yahweh is the omnipresent, all-knowing God, indiscernible by boundaries, with no corporeal effigy, represented by no graven image. Then knowing Yahweh before knowing his name could only be done by identifying the laws of Yahweh are the same laws one followed prior to knowing the name of Yahweh. At a prior point in time when one did not know Yahweh's name, no comparison could have been drawn between El's law and the laws of an unrevealed God. Like, that's just logic. Man, I be having to stop and come on the screen because I don't be knowing if y'all can hear me. How you gonna compare something to something you don't know? So it means that Abraham never thought about Yahweh ever. He never heard that name. He didn't know nothing about it. He was on El Shaddai. But Yahweh come out later telling people, hold up, that was me. That was me on that old joint that your dad and them used to listen to. That was actually me. They didn't know me by this name. You would already think something was up. My dad and them didn't know you by this name, bruh. Anyway, I'm gonna read it again. It is taught that Yahweh is the omnipresent, all-knowing, indiscernible by boundaries, with no corporeal effigy representing no graven image. Then knowing Yahweh before knowing his name could only be done by identifying that the laws of Yahweh are the same laws one followed prior to knowing his name. Because you had to wait till you know his name to make that comparison. At a prior point in time when one did not know Yahweh's name, no comparison could have been drawn between El's laws and the laws of an unrevealed God. The similarities and differences between the laws of separate deities cause one to say one God is the same as another God. But if the latter God does not reveal himself for comparison, supplantation or amalgamation is impossible. Even though the narrative contradicts this, Yahweh supposedly did not reveal his name to anyone but Moses, so how then could Abram have thought El Shaddai was Yahweh? Contradictory accounts in Genesis 15:2, 15:7, 15:8, 18:14, 22:14, where Yahweh's name is called by other than Moses, does nothing but illustrate the conflicts one will encounter using the Bible as material to substantiate itself. I'm gonna remember my writings. If I remember this, I'll be busting. Imagine if I just remembered this. I wrote it almost 15 years ago. I'm about to remember this like a rap. It only take me like 2 days. I'll have this like busting. They're gonna be like, who is he? You know what I'm saying? Most extra biblical sources show these were not other names for Yahweh. In order to understand what I propose, one should refer to the documentary hypothesis. And I mentioned this earlier. Thank you. It says, this summary of the documentary hypothesis is from Wisconsin University. I know I didn't source that the proper way, but I need y'all to know. Now, a summary of the documentary hypothesis, introduction to biblical literature. The documentary hypothesis claims that the Pentateuch is composed of 4 separate, complete, and coherent documents. Those are J, the Yahwist, okay? J gets its name because it uses and allows humans to use the name Yahweh or Yahweh in German before Israel exists. See Genesis 4:26. It says J appears to have been composed in Judah. So just for the record, this is a section of the Bible, okay, that they are classifying as written by Yahwist. This is how we understand. Because you understand, we got to accept the henotheism first to get the understanding of this. You don't have to accept it into your theology. This isn't theological. Nothing I'm saying, this ain't a theological class. This is biblical studies where we can inject literary criticism and hold it up to logic and standards that you can't hold things up to in Bible studies. I'm talking about in theological studies in the seminary. You can't even say why, probably. They're just gonna say God did it. and that's over. So this, we're approaching this from nothing I believe is a part of this. And it shouldn't be a part of your analysis either, because then you're looking at it from a theological perspective. You won't be able to absorb the information. It's designed that way. It won't fit into your religiosity. It's just for your knowledge and information of what that is. So let's peep it. The Yahwist, again, that's a category of people who was writing some of the books, right? And they say they were composed, that literature was composed in Judah, perhaps around Solomon's day, 950 BC. These dates sound more realistic. Now look, the Elohist. Now what the Elohist is supposed to write? All them books in the beginning of the Bible referring to El, they was talking about El. There was Elohist. People try to tell you it's different, but the academia tell you different than what the theological Hebrew Israelite gonna say. Because he think he's doing better Christianity than his mama now. You feel me? Elohist, this name is derived from E's use of Elohim, Hebrew for God rather than Yahweh in the early period. E reserves the name Yahweh for the time from Moses on. So these are people who was writing. And when they was even writing it, they was like, nah, don't use Yahweh before the time of Moses. That's El. E preserves the name Yahweh for the time from Moses on, see Exodus 3:13. E appears to have written in the north around 850 BC. P is the priestly sources, the Kohaim or whatever they say, and P is especially concerned with stories and laws relevant to priests. Like E, it reserves the name Yahweh for 4:4, I put 4 twice, for the periods from Moses on, Exodus 6:3, which I cited earlier. Now, Exodus 6:3, let's just read that again so you can see now. And I appeared to Abram and Isaac and to Jacob by the name El Shaddai, but by my name Yahweh, I was not known to them. Remember when I told y'all that was the priest trying to amalgamate the deities? Why would a God have to say something like that? Hey, because, bro, let me explain myself. I'm the supreme being. Just hold up, let me explain. Like, that stuff be crazy to me. If God come to me and be like, hold up, bro, wait a minute, let me explain. I'm gonna think that ain't really the real God. I'm gonna be like, Now, because that is what's happening in Exodus 6:3. He explained it, look, I'm El Shaddai. He's trying to take El Shaddai's personage. I appeared to Abram and Isaac and to Jacob by the name El Shaddai, but my name Yahweh, they didn't know me. So you ain't gotta call me El Shaddai no more. Just call me Yahweh from now on. Let's continue. And D, did I read this one? Nope. He is especially concerned with the stories and laws relevant to priests. Like Ear reserves the name Yahweh for the period from Moses on, but many scholars date P either to the exile. See? So that's the Kohaim, 6th century BC, or shortly after the 5th century BC. Others date it as early as the beginning of the 7th century BC. This is the Babylonian exile about that time period, right? Now, D, see, that's why I hate when people be like, the Bible wasn't true, but nah, bro, you got to say that about the right time periods. All that stuff they said about Egypt, that's fake. They just made that up. But then there'd be some stuff in the time periods after the story came out, and they chose characters and stuff, then it'd be starting to be some stuff there, right? D is essentially the book of Deuteronomy. It is not mingled with J, E, or P, all right? J, E, and P are either placed end to end or intertwined. Now that's the problem, because we got J and E intertwined all through the first 5 books of the Bible. Now check it out. When J and E intertwines, it starts to make you not understand the Bible, because there's some people who want you to think it's all about Yahweh, mixed up with some people who wanted you to think it was all about El. And they fighting. And when the priests came, they way later. If they 5th, 6th century, they can strictly Yahwist. But they not called Yahwist because they wasn't the first Yahwist. So, but you know the priestly tradition, they strictly Yahwist. They gonna get all that L up out of there. So they responsible for Exodus 6 and 3, according to the documentary hypothesis. Let's keep going. J, E, and P are placed together in the end or intertwined as in the flood narrative throughout the first 4 books of the Bible. The major strength of the hypothesis is that it accounts for the differences in ideas and terminology between various sections of the story of the Pentateuch. In particular, it provides a good explanation for the peculiar character of the material labeled P, the priestly stuff, by suggesting that P reflects the perspective and concerns of the Kohanim, or Israel's priests. So they was trying to be like, oh man, you can't have it like that. You can't do it like this. Because they the priests who's supposed to be showing you how to do it. And a lot of the texts reflect what they wanted you to see in their retranslations and stuff. So now let's get back to El Shaddai now that we understand a little bit about the documentary hypothesis. We're going to be able to break it down. It says the documentary hypothesis offers the student, right now, just for the record, that's the end quote right there, see? So all this was my quote from Wisconsin University. End quote right here, and we back to my writing right here. So El Shaddai is not God Almighty or Yahweh, okay? The documentary hypothesis offers the student clarity when scrutinizing the priestly narrative in the Bible, which is responsible for equating El Shaddai with Yahweh by attempting to make El Shaddai an alternate name for Yahweh. Also, it should be established that the translation God Almighty is an inaccurate interpolation superimposed on El Shaddai. El Shaddai does not mean God Almighty. We've learned that already. It actually means the God of Shaddai. And if you want to go further and say what does Shaddai mean, it means breast. So if you take 2 nouns, put them together, it's going to be of, possessing, the God possessing the breast, the God of the breast, the God with breast. Pick your preposition. God, preposition, breast. El Shaddai. Now look, this is the strongest source I could ever hit you with. This whoop people wig right here. Like you never see nobody put up a source this strong. This is the New Jerusalem Standard Bible Edition. London and Dartmouth and Todd. Come on, look. We need to get to that. We need a copy so they can see the source. Let me make it smaller since I ain't on that other monitor. Oh, go to books. Wait, I clicked books. I thought it was supposed to show me books. Let me just go New Jerusalem Bible, erase all that. It's on page 908. In the New Jerusalem Bible, the Standard Edition, bruh, they tell you that's inaccurate. Why did I thought I clicked books? What happened? Oh, I gotta click books up here. Here we go. No, this ain't the right one. It's London, Dartmouth, and Todd. So let me put this here. 1985. Here we go. What is that, 19? Yeah. London, Dartmouth, and Todd, that say 1990, but let's look at page, let's look at page 908. The preview is unavailable. On page 908, it tells you translating El Shaddai as Almighty God is inaccurate. So is any of y'all out here more qualified than the New Jerusalem Bible Standard Edition? Raise your hand. So we about to beat the brakes off El Shaddai. Actually, we're going to treat her like the woman she is and not beat the brakes off her. We're going to exalt her and elevate her back up to her righteous position. So the New Jerusalem Bible Standard Edition agrees with me. El Shaddai ain't no epithet God Almighty. El Shaddai was her own entity. But let's prove it. Besides what they say right here, there is no account of Yahweh superseding or replacing the Canaanite gods El, Elyon, El Shaddai, or the Elohim contemporaneous with the event it describes. See, we just learned that from the documentary hypothesis. All of them was coming later, injecting stuff in the text that they seen was written earlier. The revisions describing Yahweh as El Shaddai, etc., are textual results of the priestly accounts from 9th to 5th century BC. These are Hebrew narratives that attest to Yahweh being El, Elyon, El Elyon, El Shaddai, etc. There is more non-biblical, I should have said extra-biblical. There is more extra-biblical evidence that El Shaddai was Nana. Now I'm starting to go off on one. That El Shaddai was Nana, Thin Nana, Bel Shade, El Shaddai. Then there is biblical evidence that El Shaddai was Yahweh. Again, there's more extra biblical evidence that El Shaddai was Nana, Thin Nana, Bel Shade, El Shaddai, all being the same nature, or deities, whatever you want to call them, because they don't like me saying God. So then there is biblical evidence that El Shaddai was Yahweh. In the Journal of Biblical Literature, volume 87, number 4, December 1968, on page 434 and through 438, Lloyd R. Bailey, article, Israelite, El Shaddai, and the Amorite Bel Shade. Y'all see that? So don't think I'm making that up. His article, Israelite, El Shaddai, and the Amorite Bel Shade. It pondered if El Shaddai was the Amorite god Bel Shade, which it kind of is. Also, in the Journal of Biblical Literature, volume 88, number 4, December 1969, more on El Shaddai as Bel Shade by Jean Quillette, page 470, 471. Now, the point of emphasis being that scholars have raised the question of El Shaddai existing as a separate God. Other than Yahweh, I continue to support William F. Albright, Harriet Lusky, Lloyd Bailey, and David Bialy's work that suggests the denotative meaning of El Shaddai is the God with the breast, while the connotative meaning is the God of the mountains. Now let's read this quote from David Bialy. Albright's thesis has been generally adopted by more recent scholars, though they have added various refinements. F.M. Cross strengthens Albright's philological argument while Lloyd Bailey and Jean Quillette or whatever and E.L. Abel suggest quite persuasively the possibility that El Shaddai derives from the Amorite lunar god Sin Il Amaru or Bel-Shai, who was once a storm or war god and was a god of the mountains. It was therefore natural for the wandering, that's out of my quote. Now here go the God with the breast. This article is long and I'm not gonna read the whole thing. Trust me, it's way long. Like I went in on this article, but I'm gonna continue. The God with the breast. In the God with the breast, El Shaddai in the Bible, David Bialy gives up wonderful information regarding El Shaddai being a Semitic goddess. Although Bialy concluded that El Shaddai was Ashura, his work offers tons of sources used to substantiate the claim that El Shaddai was the god of the breast, or God with breast. The scholarly consensus on the etymology of Shaddai is based on the Akkadian. Wasn't I saying Akkadian? Yes, I was saying Akkadian. But it goes back to the Ugaritic. Okay, I'm sorry. I studied this a long time ago. The scholarly consensus on the etymology of Shaddai is based on the Akkadian etymon Shadu, which means mountain. William F. Albright argued that Shadu derived from the Ugaritic root Ad for breast. Now, Old Akkadian Shadui and Shad in Hebrew. Albright went further to explain that Shaddai doesn't directly derive from Shadu, but from Shadu'ah, a mountaineer. Albright also connected El Shaddai to the Amorite god Bel-Shai. Now it is Jenny Klein, that's the name I was trying to think of earlier. It is Jenny Klein. I don't think El Shaddai was the wife of El, but let's keep going. I think she was a subordinate, but probably very high up, maybe one of his daughters. But Jenny Klein shows Bel-Shai or Sin Nana was originally Nana, the mother goddess. All right? That was Jenny Klein who showed, see, it was Albright who did the work to show that El Shaddai was Bel-Shai. Jenny Klein's book shows Bel-Shai or Sin Nana was originally Nana, the mother goddess. And I think that's her book, the name of Jenny Klein's book, El Shaddai, something about the Mother Goddess Project or something like that. I might be wrong. But Mama Zogbe, right? I had to take y'all to the continent. She uses the work of Dr. Nana Darkwa to connect the Iwi goddess Nana to the Keta, a people of the kingdom that preceded the Hittites. Now that right there, as I'm 20 years later from this document when I wrote it, maybe 15 years later, I had to put that in there, and I'm like, man, I could take out the Mama Zogbe line because what I know about the Keta and I don't think that research is finished. But I do like what they put forward. Mama Zogbe uses the work of Dr. Nana Darkwa in connecting the Iwi goddess Nana to the Keta, a people of the kingdom that preceded the Hittites. Klein also shows Nana was also venerated as a goddess by Sumerians before she took the masculine form, Nana. A Sumerio-Akkadian hymn to Nana from 740 BC points out Nana's dual nature. It says, I have heavy breast in Duduni, I have a beard in Babylon. Still, I am Nana. Now, let's understand these fertility blessings of the Hebrew Bible given by El Shaddai now that we know that she's feminine. See, peep gang. Genesis 49 and 25. Even by, now check this out. These is all different natures. But you ain't gonna understand it until you understand this Bible was henotheistic. You just seen Melchizedek who was already a priest, come out and bless Abram before the covenant was even done. Now you see in this, Genesis 49:25, even by the God of the Father who shall help thee. So that's what the God of the Father gonna do. And is a conjunction word. And by El Shaddai. Since we know Almighty ain't good no more. And by the Almighty. Let me slow down. Even by the God of the Father who shall help thee, and by the Almighty El Shaddai, who shall bless thee with the blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lieth under, blessings of the breast and the womb. Man, y'all ain't peeping, gang. See, the God of the Father couldn't do what El Shaddai was going to do. But the even and, it say even by the God of the Father and by El Shaddai. Why, what's the problem with that? People can't understand that. You think that's the same person? Well, notice then, if you do, when El Shaddai injects herself, everything gets feminine. You see, even by the God of the Father, he gonna help you. But when the mama goddess come in, you shall receive the blessing of the heavenly abode, the blessing of the deep that lies under, the blessing of the breast and of the womb. How can a male deity give you the blessing of the womb? How can a male deity give you the blessing of the breast? Let's just stop being so patriarchal. He gonna get you some ladies. He gonna hook you up. He ain't got no breast. And he shouldn't have a womb. The proposed etymology of the biblical term Shaddai, which is traced back to Shad for breast, is revealed in discussing the blessing of the breast, Shadim. They really say that right here. So if we just look at how texts work, when they say Shaddai, if we look at the text, it's gonna say Shadim right here for breast. Of Genesis 49:25, which I will discuss later. The statement, I have heavy breast in Duduni, should also be analyzed. Duduni is Dodona, Greece. Dodona was also an oracle of the mother goddess. Damn. God. Bars, bruh. I mean, I'm about to go and do a presentation on this somewhere in the world. Because that is just beating the brakes off fools. I'm coming off the camera on that note. Hold on. You feel me? Here we go there, right there. Now. There we go. That got me juiced. Because look, the statement, I have heavy breasts in Duduni, should also be analyzed. Duduni was Dodona, Greece. Dodona was an oracle of the mother goddess. Herodotus tells of a story of two black doves. Y'all know that story? Two black doves, one of which came from Egypt to Greece to become the oracle of Dodona. What is an oracle? You know, y'all don't know stuff. Just tell me something. The oracle is a black woman. You can't even take that away. They even showed you that in the Matrix. Like it might have been some European ladies later tried to pose as oracles and shit, but that wasn't what they was really looking for. Y'all know Herodotus' story about two black doves, right? These birds that supposedly flew. Well, I'll just read the text. That's in the Histories book 2, paragraphs 54 through 57, the Oracle of Dodona. The fact that a Sumerio-Akkadian hymn to Nana from 740 BC places Nana in Greece, combined with the finds of Nana cults in northwest India, Nana being traced through the Hittite Kedah kingdom with origins found in Ghana. Now that's all on the source work of Dr. Nana Darkwa. And he says she still survives there as Nana Baluku, in Yoruba land to this day. And this is evidence of the mother goddess who was worshipped all over the ancient world. And I'm gonna prove it even further. Because what did she say? I have heavy breast in Duduni. I have a beard in Babylon. Still I am Nana. Now peep gang. Nana's heavy breast, remember in the Bible, the blessing of the breast? Nana's heavy breast with a theme indicating fertility and fertility blessings. Now I'm about to whoop y'all wig. Dating back as far as 33,000 BC into biblical times. So first, I need y'all to accept something. There's a piece of archaeology called the Venus figurine. These figurines date back to long before a Venus was ever thought of. Yet the people in control just gonna say they Venus figurines. That's an anachronism. No one who made that figurine was thinking about Venus. And we understand from this teaching, the pseudo-Venus figurine is Nana. How do we know it's Nana? Because she told us, I got heavy breasts in Duduni. You follow that thing. Because it's about fertility. It's not about sex, which she points to her breast. So I'm going to show you these pictures, these images. There is no Venus figurine from antiquity. Venus figurine is a pseudonym for figurines found and said to be icons of a Roman goddess of beauty who was not even conceptualized at the time these figurines were carved. Going by standards set forth in traditional Roman art, goddess of beauty don't even fit the figurines so well as scholars propose. On the other hand, Nana, the mother goddess, El Shaddai, the god with breasts, fit the imagery represented on the icons perfectly. In 33,000 BC, a 33,000 BC icon of the mother goddess shows her holding the same heavy breast referred to in the Sumerio-Akkadian hymn to Nana in 740 BC. Now, I'm not just going to skip to 33,000 BC up to 740 BC without showing this theme all throughout history up until that point. What's up with Tribute Phone? So peep gang. That's your oldest one right there. It is what I will call a fertility figurine. Unless you can just explain with some type of reasoning why she's holding up her breast. All right. This image has been called a Venus figurine, but it's the Holy Fels figurine. So if y'all want to look that up, that's that one. Now watch this thing go all through ancient times up into the Hebrew Bible. And then that's the patriarchy, so now she turned into a man. But Pete, 25,000 BC. Go on and check my dates. Let's take this right now. We're going to check them live. You ain't even got to go off the show. We're just going to take the source, pop it here, and see if it say that same date. It shouldn't say no page number, though. Oh, I'm not supposed to be in books. Let's get it. There you go. Right here. Look, they go back further. 42,000. See, when I did the work 15 years ago, it was saying 33,000. It got spread out. You know, sometimes you could do some work a long time ago. I wrote that article 15 years ago, bro. Now it is dated between 42,000 and 40,000 years ago. All right? So that just made me look stronger. I got 33,000. What about the next one? What's the thing you see consistent? The heavy breast. All three of these. 3 European Venus figurines from the Ice Age 25,000 years ago. Man, y'all gotta stop playing with us, bro. No Neanderthals wasn't sitting up carving these. You feel me? This still the same iconography. Women wasn't just walking around like that, bro. You would have to been eating hella shit. So this is like an icon of the image of the most fertile woman. You know, women gain weight when they're going into the nurturing state, right? And so that they can be good nurturers. What is the theme consistent? This person down they say 40,000 BC drew this, and then these 3 different locations found in Europe. Same thing. But can I continue? Because we just went from 40,000 to 25,000. Let's go to 23,000 in Siberia, Russia. Look, let's look in Siberia, Russia, 25,000 years ago. So how's she gonna be venerated for so long on this earth? And then that's why they had to sneak her up out the Bible. Nah, this Yahweh. Still giving blessings of the breast. See, now you can see the blessing of the breast, look. And they got the blessing of the womb on this one too. You feel me? Let's keep going. 23,000 BC in Siberia, Russia. Damn, I should have gave a better source to that. I sourced all the other ones. I put the name on this one. I didn't put this one. So in order to find this, you don't say Nana. You say Venus figurine, Siberia, Russia. So sorry I didn't source that one right. VENESF. SIB. Let's see. The Venus figurines from Siberia, Russia. They got some other ones popping up. Dang. Oh, there you go. Let's go back. Yep. You feel me? Looking a little different, but there you go. So they just call them Venus because they steal stuff. 35,000 BC, they was talking about Venus. Okay, now look, this is 23,000 BC in Siberia. Believe it or not, they was actually carving in stone at 23,000 BC. Don't trip off this fake ass history they teach us. It's just as fake as everything else that be on TV. Like right now, they trying to take out history and shit. This been happening forever. You think it just started with with Florida? You tripping? He just all they doing is they doing their shit they do in the dark in the public now. Because they thought they had a big racism wave that was about to take over. You feel me? So they started doing shit in the public, like burning and saying, fuck it, we just gonna say that ain't history no more. We just gonna say it. 23,000 BC in Siberia, Russia. Let's keep going. 20,000 BC in France. Well, I can't tell you nothing is consistent but the huge heavy breast, y'all. Come on now. And then by the time she get down to 700 BC, she gonna say it out her mouth. Venus of Lausel, whatever. 20,000 BC. Y'all still see the theme, right? The heavy breast is a fertility blessing of a nature, a goddess. Now check this out. I had to go from 20,000 BC to 6,000 BC, but I'm sure you can find one in between there. That's not that far, right? And there we got her back holding the breast like she was holding them in the original one. Man, this shit crazy. So she holding the breast at 33,000 BC. Then they kind of got her not really holding them. But then somebody must have remembered the tradition and was like, nah, you got to have her holding them things. This is the goddess with the breast, so people know. Nana, right? 6,000 BC in Sumatra. Now that's in biblical areas, but this is 6,000 BC, right? Holding her heavy breast. You still see her at 6,000 BC? Now let's keep going. 1,000 years later. Dude, we didn't went from, I thought we started at 33,000, but when we went and fact checked this, they updated the date. And so now this is going to 40,000. So we done went from 40,000 BC, showing you, and there's nothing else like this. Meaning you can't find male icons from this time period. Most of the icons are women. And these figurines that the Bible tell you not to make, it is because they were worship tools. This is what you call a graven image. So, man, let me just give y'all some game, and this gonna hurt right here. This not gonna feel good to learn. A graven image, do you know what that is? So there was a particular way that you formed a figurine, and you form it out of a grove tree. A grove. So the word graven that you think mean and carved actually go back to the grove tree. A graven image is this. I don't know what type of wood that is. Man, I bet you my phone gonna disagree. It disagreed twice today. What does a graven image have to do with a grove tree?
The connection is often found in ancient idolatry, particularly in the Old Testament, where the Hebrew word Asherah refers to both a wooden cultic object/image, a type of graven image, and the sacred grove or tree associated with the Canaanite goddess Asherah. These groves were sites for making and worshiping the idols.
You see that? So that's where I remember I learned it. Because when you say, you know, they got some Baptist churches, because we don't be doing shit in the hood. We got some churches called Old Saint Mount Grove or something. That's talking about Ashura. They just hide it in the Bible. So the graven image, the grove image, no images of Ashura. Y'all want me to prove that? It's really gonna wound your wig how they be hiding stuff from us. And they just ain't gonna tell you like that. We just gonna go to New Greater Mount Grove and pay our tithes. New Greater Mount Ashura and pay our tithes. So let's go to the Strongs. Strongs. I'm gonna say Grove. Strong's Concordance, right? But to make it easy, I can use AI, the AI mode, instead of going to the Strongs. I'm just gonna ask my phone. Forget it. What is the word grove in the Strong's Concordance? Check this out, y'all.
The word grove in the Strong's Concordance most frequently translates the Hebrew word H842, Asherah, referring to a Phoenician goddess, or Astarte, the wooden cultic object / image associated with her worship, or the sacred trees / poles set up near an altar. It also appears for H359, Eloth, meaning grove of lofty trees, which is also a place name. H815, Eshel, which is a tamarisk tree, or sometimes a tree grove in the KJV.
So I said the grove tree. I should have said a grove of trees. Now listen to this again, y'all. Listen to what he says.
The word grove in the Strong's Concordance most frequently translates the Hebrew word H842, Asherah, referring to a Phoenician goddess, or Astarte, the wooden cultic object / image associated with her worship, or the sacred...
All right, now that image is a grove, remember? What is a graven image?
A graven image is a carved or sculpted image or idol that is worshipped as a god or deity, most often referenced in the second commandment of the Bible, which prohibits making such objects for worship.
So really the grove that you shouldn't make this idols like looking like this, they told you it was the mother goddess. But they got it wrong, and that's why David Bialy got it wrong. No, that's why David Bialy say it's Ashura in his book. So let's track it down. They was telling them, when you got these images in stone, I don't know what that is, but when you got it in wood, they used to make wooden images just like this of the mother goddess. At that time, she was Ashura, Yahweh's wife. Astarte or Anat. Let me see who was Yahweh's wife before, not in the Bible. Who was Yahweh's wife in Ugaritic tradition?
In some ancient Canaanite and early Israelite traditions, archaeological evidence suggests that Asherah, a mother goddess, was worshipped alongside Yahweh and possibly viewed as his consort. Later, biblical texts condemned and suppressed her worship.
See? Biblical texts later condemned and threw her out. So I showed you the scholars that said, hold up, that's Ashura, but they don't know Africa. So they just tried to pin her on Ashura. But who Ashura? What's up with the history of Ashura? Asarte, or whatever they say. Well, I gotta zoom down to that. But we see this mother goddess way before the Bible could even set rain on the earth. People already had her in the figurines. Now we're gonna get to 5,000 BC. Now we to 4,000 BC. I'm not finished showing y'all. Now we to 4,000 BC. Now we to 4,000 BC in Greece, though. Still holding the breast. Still holding the breast. You can't make this up with AI, bruh. You can't make this up with artificial intelligence. It'll took you hella long. Go put together a presentation this good with artificial intelligence. That's a lie, though. People would have been punked it apart 2 hours ago on the show. Like, hold up, that one shit you just saw, you fake as hell. Here we go, Greece, 4000 BC, holding her heavy breast. I'm supposed to ignore this and just be like, but the Bible said. She in the Bible. Now, this is going to wound your wig. The next one about to really part your perm, plait your, what's another hairstyle with a P? This is going to plait your, I don't know, forget it. It's just slick talk. We have fun sometimes. Now look, Judah. Nana and Judah, bro. Guess what time period this is? You're not going to like it. This is an actual grove. So this proves everything I'm saying. Because this is from 1000 BC to 700 BC. At the time when they were saying, don't be making them images, them groves, made out of wood with the lady holding her breast. I added that part. But you know they were saying that. So why she still holding her breast? So it's still her. Man, I don't like this. This should be so easy to me to see. And I'll be like, what the problem is with people? If you see this and you like, but on Genesis 2 it say this. You indoctrinated. This stuff is very clear to see. And you got the power of AI to debunk anything I'm showing you. All the names is right here. Just take it and say, AI say something different. Nobody done that in about 15 years. Look at this. I ain't tripping off how the face look. I already know what it's about. The fertility blessing of the mother goddess. Now look, in Greece, 4000 BC. But look, Judah, y'all. This is the cake taker. That took the cake. This won the prize. In the heart of Judah. So how you gonna tell me El Shaddai ain't the goddess with the breast? When the names say breast, we got the figure of it, and we got Yahweh all in the Bible hating. I'm telling you, don't make no images of Nashura no more. This wasn't Nashura. This was Nana. But now I'm going to show you how they even knew that. They knew it was Nana. Let me show you. This was some hell of a research, by the way. Oh, I'm skipping forward. See, this is how I was going to prove it was Nana. Hold up. Because we still going. So when they see this lady, they think it's about the lions that's on the side of her. But now that we done seen everything, we know why she's so heavy set with them huge breasts on. We ain't even got a trip. But this is in Turkey, 6000 BC. I'm not calling it Katayahu Yoke and then whatever. This is Nana. It's still Nana. She ain't got to be holding the breast. She chilling. Well, then if I'm wrong, go into these time periods and show me figurines of men. That's all you gotta do. You gonna get to about no further than 5000 BC. If you could get that far. A figurine, the Bible tell you what it is. It's something about worship and veneration. That's your idol. It's your God. And the Bible say, no, get her out of here. I'm going to take her out your memory. Hey, y'all, come here. When y'all thought El Shaddai, that was really me. They didn't know me by this name, Yahweh. Don't you see how crazy that is now that you see this? Excuse me. Here's Nana in Northwest India, and I could have showed y'all this a lot quicker because this article ain't even halfway finished, bro. Here's Nana in North India, 5th, 6th century. Notice her crouched on the lion. Up there, she's no longer depicted holding the breast. Now, why am I saying this is Nana? But because strangely enough, they literally call her Nana on this one. The Afghan goddess Nana, bro. It's crazy. You think I'm going crazy, huh? They finally called her that. I don't have to guess. I don't have to use my sources. They finally broke down and said, all right, this Nana. Look, the Afghan goddess Nana. Go Google that and see if I'm lying, man. Let's just put it in Google. Afghan goddess Nana. ALGANNANA. Come on, man. Why is it not popping up? There she go. See? Goddess possible Nana. Seated on the lion. Afghanistan. Central Asian goddess Nana. Well, she was the god of the world. The mother goddess. So let's go and let's keep on finding her. Now, it is not a figment of my imagination that Nana was originally an African goddess. Scholars have pondered this since the initial Venus figurine was found. And here is a, I don't know why I got this wiki quote, but this was a while ago. Early discourse of Venus figurines was preoccupied with identifying the race being represented. And the stegiopegios, that means the phenomenon of having a big booty. Did y'all know that? They so pseudo with their science. Stetiopegios, or Pigus, whatever. I need to hear how you say it. This is, look, the big booty syndrome. Trying to tell you. So how do you say it? Stegiopegia is the state of a human's substantive levels of tissue in the buttocks. Man, they just be making all kind of stuff up. We just called that thick. But peep game. I'm talking about you got stegiopedia. You need to go see somebody. Take some pills or something. You need some Ozempic. You got stegiopedia, whatever they made up. I'm about to say that to somebody. Is that stegiopedia? And see if they smart enough. But first I gotta learn how to say it. So this is also one they left out, but I didn't get to that yet. So they was fascinated by Sarah Bartman, who they called the Hottentot Venus, exhibited as a living ethnographic courtesy to connoisseurs in Paris early in the 19th century. That's what they call it? Wow, a living ethnographic. What? Curiosity. I was about to say, I said courtesy. Some authors saw this feature as a depiction of an actual physical property resembling the Khoisan tribe of South Africa. So the Khoisan was thick. While others interpret it as a symbol of fertility and abundance. Okay? Symbol of fertility and abundance. She came to Job civilization and barbarism has a sure fit comparison between the Khoi woman casting and the Venus figurine. And I don't want to show that too long. Might get in trouble. If we observe the antiquity of the Venus figurine from 33,000 BC until now, there's no way these icons can be anyone else but the African woman. I mean, who was it at 33,000 BC? Diop also noted that Venus of Willendorf had the traditional African hairstyle. See, they call this the hooded Venus, bro. That's just braids. But that's cool. Who hood do this on the side? You got a hood that do this? They so racist, bro. So this is the hooded Venus. First of all, she don't got on the hood, and she ain't Venus. And those is two facts. Dude, who plait they hood? They don't even know how black women know these sections already. Black women can identify these sections. Like, oh, this is when you start sectioning off the pieces of hair, the woom-de-woom, or whatever. I'm just saying. Now, if you're going to say, well, why is it like down all this? Dude, this ain't no hood. Stop telling me everything that look like African hair is something else. Oh, it's a Nubian wig. Oh, it's a hood. The black woman is God. That's that beginning to look like an idea that is not in the least bit new. You feel me? So let's keep going. From Nana to Sin Nana to Belshay to El Shaddai. Now let's peep how it happened. In Amaru, Nana was combined with the Amorite god Sin to form Sin Nana. So if y'all think I'm making this up and with this Nana name, just Google anything I say. Sin Nana was really what they called him. But this was a dude. See, they took Sin. Look. Sin, also known as Nana. But that ain't really how it happened. Sin was a dude. And they took Nana and amalgamated. They did the same thing, bro. So this is when you start to see the patriarchy come in. And they start to get the women relegated slowly, and the men get to start taking their powers as netchers. So now this is Sin, the moon god, but he's really Sin Nana. They already told you right here. They say it right here, look. Also known as Nana. But he's not also known as Nana. If you read, you'll find that he got amalgamated. So it's not Sin, it's Sin Nana for a period of time. Then it just becomes Sin. Now let's see if we can see them talking about that anywhere. Names. So while it is agreed that the two primary names of the Mesopotamian moon god, Nana and Sin, originated in two different languages, respectively Sumerian and Akkadian, then that's even better because the Nana they think is coming from the Sumerian. It says it is not possible to differentiate between them as designations of separate deities as they effectively fully merged at an earlier date. That's not true. It's not true. But anyway, they say somebody named Stezel or whatever points out this phenomenon is already attested in sources from Lagesh from the early dynastic period where the name Nana does not appear and Sin is in the form of both Sumerian and Akkadian texts. All right, well, let's talk about Nana here. The precise etymology of the name Nana is unknown because it comes from Africa probably. It says, though it is agreed that it is not a genitive construct, it is first attested in the Uruk period. Its earliest cuneiform text from Uruk and and it was Lock 32N with Na possibly serving as a phonetic complement. The name of the city of or Arim was, according to this same text, residence of Nana. Okay? So it was the residence of Nana in this cuneiform right here. So I don't need to go too far on Nana, but I was just showing you that Sin and Nana had become amalgamated into the same deity. And they just stopped, and then she lost her Nana and just became Sin. as this feminine aspect is start getting waned out, just like they do with El Shaddai and Yahweh. Get rid of the feminine part. But hold up. Let's go back. So I thought I was on my work someplace here. Maybe here. Cool. We can continue. Sin Nana. Now, how is Sin Nana Bell Shade? Well, you about to learn how, though. Watch this. There was also a group. Now, this is a. Let me just read. There was also a group of local goddesses in Shaddai. Now that we know that that's an Amorite city. And they were called the Shaddaiim, okay? Let's fact check everything I say. Just take the words out the document, put them in Google. Watch what we learned about the Shaddaiim, y'all. They were some female goddesses. They obviously was not Shaddai, but Shaddaiim. Now it says Shaddaiim refers to the powerful name of the god. Nope, they messed that up. They don't even know. But let me keep reading. The Shaddai refers to a powerful name of a god in the Hebrew Bible, usually linked to El as El Shaddai, God Almighty, meaning God of the mountain, overpower, or the all-sufficient, appearing in the patriarchal narratives. It's also associated with, that's funny they said the patriarchal narratives. It's also associated with the Canaanite deities. Yeah, that's what we talking about. Shaddim and possibly an ancient Syrian city. But now these Shaddaiim, look, somebody wrote an essay on them. The Shaddaiim. These were some, so there's one Ugaritic text where somebody calls these woman goddesses. Here we go, he's about to talk about it right now in his homework text. What are the Shaddaiim, an essay, and I'm gonna just, yep, in the Dier Allah, he know. Now watch this. What are the Shaddaiim, an essay? What are Shaddai or Shaddaiim in your sources? Dude, all these ads popping on my screen. When did I say accept this stuff? Dier Allah inscription. This is the one you want to be concerned with. It's a 9th to 8th century BC from the Balaam plaster text just dissected. All right. It says, written in a North and West Semitic dialect in a cultural complex in the Jordan Valley. It speaks of the gods, Elohim, and the Shaddaiim gods, who hold a council and plan misfortune. Now, that plural Shaddaiim is the key, or Shaddaiim, but he put an N, is the key. There's also a few likely references in older Semitic onomastics, personal names like BDSD, servant of Shaddai. What? In Punic and in other Western Semitic inscriptions and in theophoric name, Shaddai Ami, Shaddai is my kingsman. See? Just like Ami Shaddai in the Bible. Do you think sin for wrongdoing? No, it's not that type of sin. That's a different language. It was Akkadian. That sin comes from the Akkadian. But they might have just heard that sound and used that sound later, but nah, it don't mean sin like the biblical sin. But that's a good question. Thanks for asking. Let me drink some water. Now look. You see these personal names and all of this other context, and we got it in the late Bronze and Persian context. Those suggest Shaddai was known as a distinct deity in the wider Semitic world, not just in the poetic as a poetic adjective. Now he's going biblical. In the Hebrew Bible, Shaddai appears 48 times, often just Shaddai, sometimes El Shaddai. El Shaddai shows up 7 times, five times in Genesis, once in Exodus, and once in Ezekiel. Genesis 17, I am El Shaddai, walk before me and be blameless. That's 17:1. Genesis 18:3, El Shaddai bless you and make you fruitful. Then they got these other Genesis verses. In Balaam's oracles in Numbers 24, 4 and 16, he heard the words of El and the visions of Shaddai. Damn, that killed him. Oh, I should have remembered that. I got to add that to my repertoire. In Numbers 24, 4 and 16, Balaam, y'all know about Balaam oracles, right? Smash, answer my question. Let me see the question. Do you think sin, I answered that question already. Do you think sin for wrongdoing was the patriarchy making the mother God? Oh, okay. I thought you said something different. My bad. Do you think sin for wrongdoing was the patriarchy making the mother goddess disappear? No, I don't think that. Yeah, no. Because when you say sin for wrongdoing, I start to think you think sin for wrongdoing like the Christian Abrahamic tradition. And I think his name was just sin. It had a different definition. I hope I answered that right. Let me see. So in Balaam oracles, he appears the words of El in the vision of Shaddai. So that's two different people again, El and Shaddai, paralleling El and Shaddai as titles of Israel's God. I say in Job, Shaddai is all over the place 31 times. And often parallels El, the arrows of Shaddai, the counsel of Shaddai, the terror of Shaddai. So they saying they was using it in Job, trying to use it just like El. Later, the Jewish tradition, Shaddai becomes a divine name using liturgy and piety, etched in Metzlot or whatever, Mezulot, and associating with protective magic. All right, they're telling us just how it changed. But he did tell us about. So we have plural Shaddai and Di'er Allah, a single. So let's go to Di'er Allah. We don't have to go there, but in Di'er Allah, we know that Shaddai are some goddesses. Bel-Shade linguistically and theophorically depicts El Shaddai, God of Shaddai. So listen, Bel-Shade, which is the Amorite way to say it, linguistically and theophorically depicts El Shaddai. Because it is saying God of Shaddai, except Bel is Lord or Master, and El is like God. So in the same way, Baal was a minor god to El in Canaan, the Shaddai and Bel-Shade were minor deities subordinate to the god Amaru. This is corroborated by the term for the god of the greater state of Amaru, called Ilu Martu. He was the god of Amor. So Ilu Martu is the god of Martu, and it makes perfect sense. The classification Bel for Bel-Shade, which is Lord or Master for a local god, while the greater classification for the god of the state, Elu Martu, god of, and we still say Elu Martu, god of Amaru. It is now confirmed etymologically, it is now the confirmed etymology of the term Shaddai proposed by Albright that alludes to breast, fertility, and femininity. At this point, I believe it's opposite that my research supports Lutsky's proposal that El Shaddai was the god with the breast, except I don't claim El Shaddai is Ashura. Ashura is not Nana. Asarte, often confused with Ashura, is Greek for Ishtar, which is the Akkadian or Sumerian mother goddess Inanna, or Nana. I'm aware that Asharte worship is condemned in the Bible. What I propose is that Nana was venerated under the name El Shaddai, a name whose meaning was lost by the time the Kohanim presented their accounts of Genesis. As detailed above, Nana was venerated in Ur of Chaldea as well as Amaru, where Abram supposedly sojourned. So you can read the rest as Nana and Sumer, Nana, but I was just making my point. I didn't have to go this far to prove to you that El Shaddai in the Bible ain't El Shaddai in the Bible is not Yahweh. But I got something better for you. Because I didn't know why nobody didn't whip this out on the show the other day, bruh. When you do Deuteronomy 38, 32 and 8, remember in the beginning of the show, I asked y'all to remember the children of Israel. And I asked y'all to remember the sons of God. And what you're going to learn is when they don't want you to know it really said the sons of God, they change it and put in something B'nai Israel, sons of Israel. That changes it. The sons of Israel would be like the sons of Jacob or something. That's going to be like, take the number to maybe 12 or something like that. But if you go with the sons of God, the sons of El, it's going to take you to a number 70. So it messed them up because they try to change the words, but the number 70 still be there. So you know that they messed that up. So let's deal with that real quick. We're going to deal with it. See, when you do Deuteronomy 32 and 8, let me show y'all the problem that people got. Let me show you the problem. People be forgetting how our master teachers taught us. I could go into that chamber. I just don't do this. But I got this. I had all the Sinetta videos and everything from the 80s. I had it from VCR tapes, bro. Feel me? We was memorizing this stuff when it was on VCR and DVDs. And certain people from the hood knew where to get the New York videos. That's how we was looking at it. Like they was New York videos. You couldn't find West Coast people spitting that knowledge. We want Deuteronomy 32 and 8, right? Let's go look. Watch this. So here go your problem why you can't bust a wig with this. Because you let them stay in this remix. Keep going. 32, let's go down to 8. When the Most High, now remember Most High is Elyon, not Yahweh. This do not say Yahweh in the Hebrew right here. It say when Elyon divided the nations, their inheritance, this is the remix too. When he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. Now let's leave. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. So do y'all understand that? See, this word Most High translates back to Elyon. But this word Lord translates back to Yahweh. Now, what is an inheritance? You can't get around this, dog. This is simple English. Well, it's written, we could go to the Hebrew, it's still an inheritance. What is an inheritance? An inheritance is something given from progenitor to offspring. It don't gotta be father to son, it could be mama to daughter. But it's never from daughter to, inheritance don't go from daughter to parent. An inheritance goes from father to son. Yes, it's right here, dog. It's crazy. It says when the Most High divided the nations, their inheritance. But this is the remix, so they try to keep it like the original, but they messed it up. So guess what we about to do, y'all? We're going to get out of the Bible and go to a text where they got this from. We're going to go into the Dead Sea Scrolls to solve this once and for all. Let's read Deuteronomy, and I have it here, right here, out of the Dead Sea Scrolls. which they didn't want to put in the Bible because it gave up too much game. Because it was still too henotheistic. It wasn't written like that. Now look what it really said. Let me find it. Here we go. No. Yep, here we go. I just seen that the end part, but I gotta see the beginning part. Here we go, right here. Deuteronomy 32 from scroll 4Q32. You know, it's different scrolls of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now let's see what it says. When Elyon, or when the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the children of men, he set up the bounds of the peoples according to the number of the children of God. You see that? They clearly omitted what the Dead Sea Scrolls really said, bruh. Look at this line, Israel. Cross that out. It didn't say that. Remember, children of Israel? I asked you to remember that. B'nai Yisrael or B'nai Elohim. They changed B'nai Elohim to B'nai Israel. Why is that significant? Because he said the Most High gave out the nations their inheritance. When he separated the children of men, we know who that is. He set up the bounds of the people. We know who they are according to the number of children of God. How many nations is it in the Bible? 70. How many sons did El have? 70. So this is why they remixed it. Because if it would have said he set it up according to the number of children of God, then that's just a dead giveaway. Now guess what happened after this? The line after this is this line, where it says Yahweh's portion. This is the line after that. Look, for Yahweh's portion is his people. See, Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. So other gods got other portions. Golly, man, we tripping. It's a portion of the inheritance given out by Elyon. Let's read it from the Dead Sea Scrolls again. I got it right here. Now, Most High, we already know that's not Yahweh. Melchizedek was already a priest of the Most High when Yahweh wasn't established yet. When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance. Now, you thinking right here, this gave the nations their inheritance? Like right now, we need to go look into the like that, because Yahweh received a portion of this. So he's received a portion. His portion is his people. That's that portion of that inheritance. He inherited that from the Most High God. It's just the Bible making that all the same thing. Now, why, when we read, then if I'm wrong, why is they changing it? Why did it say children of God, but if you go to the King James Version, it say children of Israel? That's two different things, bruh. You wouldn't even think the same thing. So you got to investigate further. Then you go to Psalms 82 and 6, right? 82 and 6. And now you can make more sense out of this. This wasn't about no black man or standing in front of no divine councils or no humans. I have said ye are gods and you are all children of the Most High. But now y'all through, y'all gonna die like men. Where the rest at? Can they show us the rest of this verse? Look, God stood in a congregation of the mighty. He judged amongst the gods. People be like, oh no, that was just like the the preachers and the dignitaries and the ecclesiastical dignitaries. Ecclesiastical. Now, look, God stands in the congregations of the mighty. He judged amongst the gods. Now he said, now the God's getting at him though. Look, how long will ye judge unjust and accept the persons of wicked? Shelah, whatever. It says, defend the poor and fatherless, do just to the afflicted and needy, deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will ye understand, neither will they understand. They walk in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. Now, that was them getting at him. He wasn't talking to them, man. Now, God replies, even though they don't frame it like that, I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. This is B'nai Elohim, this council of gods that he's standing amongst right now. Not the children of Israel. But ye shall die like men and fall like one of the princes, or whatever. So what is this whole book about? Yahweh take over. All the other guys is noodles now. I'm the boss. Y'all over. Y'all gonna die like men, princes. But they want us to think this talking about something else. Cool. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit it, all nations. You don't remember when some of the other gods, this the same inheritance. Stop playing with me. So he jacking them. See, in the beginning, when I just read in Deuteronomy, they all got their inheritance. But Yahweh done got a little bigger by Psalms, because now they run up on him. God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, he judges amongst the gods. And this is he's not saying this to them, this is them saying that to him. How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of wicked? Shelah, or Salah. Defend the poor and fatherless. That's another God probably getting at it. Bro, what's up with you, Yahweh? Why don't you defend the poor and fatherless? Do just to the afflicted and needy. I'm telling you, y'all looking at it like he was all good. This is other gods telling him to do what he's supposed to do. Then he gonna be like, dude, I took all y'all stuff. Watch this. Deliver the poor and the needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. And here he go getting back at them. Check this out. I have said, y'all are gods. Ye are gods, and y'all walk, and you are all children of the Most High, but y'all gonna die like men. So y'all all sons of Elyon, just like I am, but y'all gonna die like men and fall like one of the princes, and arise a God, a judge of the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. See, the other nations was given to the other sons. Now he's saying, y'all through, it's over, I'm taking that. Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thou peace and be still, O God. For thy enemies, I don't even want to continue with all this. Thou have taken crafty counsel against thine people and consulted against the hidden ones. And thou said, come and let us go from being cut off from the nations, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. I don't want to keep on reading this because now I'm just going to be reading the Bible forever and forever and forever. Right? So let me get back to it. All I was pointing out was that simply there's a lot of priestly messing that up. I mean, they went into there and tried to make us think that it was what they thought. They were so monotheistic at that time, which is perfect. The world is monotheistic now. They did their job. But when you ask yourself a question like, why is that such a big deal? I don't really get no answer. The only answers is biblical theological answers. But like, I don't get no like logical answer like why is monotheism chosen over anything else. It's only because it say that in the Bible and all them type of answers. Well, I try to apply logic and say like, how do that benefit you? Anyway, it is what it is. So there's a lot more to this document, and there's a lot more that could be learned about that. In particular, when we look into the sons of God. Because that's who existed in the Sumerian text. So let's go right here to the Sumerian text. Not the Sumerian, but the Ugaritic, right here. There's one, and this is at theology.education, y'all. Look what we're reading. Okay, just so you can see. B245. I said, see, I got the dyslexic going on. B425, Ugaritic and the Bible. They'll tell you all about it if you don't know about it. It's just a lot of that. We have text from an area in the Levant called Ugaritic. It's kind of like over by Lebanon in that area. And in some of these texts, we find them talking about the same deities from the Bible, but in different ways. And it lets us know that these deities was already existing in the Canaanite tradition before the before the Israelite tradition. And the Bible tell you that too, but not all the way. But when I was pointing out, Yahweh, boy, Abram was setting up a tent next to Bethel, that's telling you right there. He's setting up a tent next to a house. What if somebody set up your tent next to your house? Trying to say he about to establish a house. You feel me? And so all of that is part of it. El was already popping. That's what that's saying. But anyway, let's talk about the Ugaritic Pantheon. And you can read all of this. Well, in the Ugaritic Pantheon, I'm just going to read this, a little bit of it. The prophets of the Old Testament rail against Baal, Ashura, and various other gods on nearly every page. The reason is simple to understand. The people of Israel worship these gods along with some instead of Yahweh, the God of Israel. The biblical deunification of these Canaanite gods, I guess it said deunification. Yeah, deunification of these Canaanite gods received a fresh face when the Ugaritic text was discovered. For at Ugarit, these were the very gods that they worshiped. Now, ain't that crazy? El was the chief god in Ugarit. Yet El is also the name of God used in many of the Psalms for Yahweh, or at least it has been the presupposed amongst pious Christians. It says, now this is theology.ed. It says, yet when one reads the Psalms and the Ugaritic text, one sees that the very attributes for which Yahweh is claimed are the same for which El is acclaimed. It says, in fact, these Psalms were most likely originally Ugaritic or Canaanite hymns to El. Man, I don't even know what y'all be studying. How can I see this right on the internet and y'all don't see it? Guys be ignoring certain sources. They see it. They read it. If it don't agree with them, they don't share it. That's all they do. If it don't agree with them, they don't share it. They only share stuff that agree with them. No way I will be finding this so easy. I'm not special. This is one little Google search. El was the chief deity Ugaritic. It says, yet El is also the name of the God used in many of the Psalms for Yahweh, or at least it has been presupposed amongst pious Christians. Yet, when one reads these Psalms and the Ugaritic text, one sees that these very attributes for Yahweh, see that the very attributes for which Yahweh is acclaimed are the same for which El is acclaimed. In fact, these Psalms were most likely originally Ugaritic or Canaanite hymns to El, which was simply adopted by Israel. Much like the American national anthem was set to a beer hall tune by Francis Scott Key. Okay? Much like how our national anthem was set to a beer hall tune by Francis Scott Key. El is called the Father of men, Creator and Creator of creations. These attributes are also granted to Yahweh by the Old Testament. For instance, if you read KTU, that's a Ugaritic text, 1-2I 1332, and compare it to many of the Psalms, Also read Psalms 82, 1, 89, 6, and 8. Let's just give them more sources. In 1 Kings 22, 19 and 2, now I feel like I'm preaching. In 1 Kings 22, 19 and 22, we read of Yahweh meeting with his heavenly council. This is a very description of heaven which one finds in the Ugaritic text. For in those texts, the sons of God are the sons of El. Other deities worshipped at Ugarit are El Shaddai, El Elyon, and El Berith. See, I don't even know about El Berith. He hit me up with a new one. Is El Berith in the Bible? Gotta go research that. All right, all of these names are applied to Yahweh by writers of the Old Testament. For real? So they say Yahweh is El Berith too? Dang. So that's like Tupac being every West Coast rapper. Yo, you heard that Snoop Dogg? No, that's Tupac. You heard that cat? Oh, that's Tupac. All of these names were applied to Yahweh by the old writers. What this means is that the Hebrew theologians adopted the titles of the Canaanite gods and attributed them to Yahweh in an effort to eliminate them. Did I tell you that or not? If Yahweh is all of these, there is no need for the Canaanite gods to exist. This process is known as assimilation. Besides the chief god of Ugarit, there were also lesser gods, demons, and goddesses. The most important of the lesser gods were Baal, familiar to all readers of the Bible. Ashura, also familiar to readers of the Bible. Yam, who was god of the sea, and Mot, the god of death. That's funny. Let me tell you something. In the ancient Egyptian language, to say death, you say MT. We don't know the vowel in the middle, so we often say Met. Now that I see Mot, which is also MT with an O in the middle, I'm going to mention that to my people and see what they say about that. That's the god of death. They got that from the Egypt term Met for death. What is of great interest here is that Yam, the Hebrew word for sea, and Mot, the Hebrew word for death. It is because Hebrew adopted these Canaanite ideals as well. Oh, I gotta say that again. What is of great interest here is Yam is the Hebrew word for sea, and Mot is the Hebrew word for death. So Yam was the Ugaritic goddess of the sea, and Mot is the Ugaritic way for the goddess of death. But in the Hebrew language, the word for sea is yam, and the word for death is mat. Well, that's crazy. What is it? I already said that. Yeah. Oh, one of the most interesting of the lesser deities, Ashura, plays a very important role in the Old Testament. So she's a Canaanite deity, don't forget. And y'all can't lie that she ain't in the Old Testament. They try to hide her though. They call her Grove. It be making y'all not know what y'all read. That's the most devious shit if you ask me. Hiding the name of a God behind the ordinary word and let people use that word. That's crazy, bro. Anyway, there she is called the wife of Baal, but she is also known as the consort of Yahweh. Okay, Ashura. You wonder why God didn't have a wife? Because they took her out. They took her out. Let me put the words big back on the screen so you can read them. They took her out. That is, among the Yahwists, now y'all know what the Yahwist is. We went over that. That is, among the Yahwists, Ashura is Yahweh's female counterpart. Inscriptions from Kum Tilet Ajrud, dating to 850, 750 BC, say, I bless you through Yahweh of Samaria, and through his Ashura. Okay? So that's his Ashura. That's his woman, man. So God, Yahweh had a woman. And at El Home, from the same period, this inscription, Uriyahu, the king, has written this. Blessed be Uriyahu through Yahweh, and his enemies have been conquered through Yahweh's Ashura. So that's two texts that got Ashura being Yahweh's wife. But what happened in the Bible, they hide Ashura. Dude, this is crazy. Let me show you. I gotta go to the Strongs. Gotta go to the Strongs now. So we're gonna go to the Bible Hub Strongs, right? Let me fix my page view. And what we're gonna do in the Strongs is we're gonna type a crazy word that I told you we went over earlier. Let's go Grove. 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 Searches for the Strongs. Look, it came right here, bruh. Why did I type Grove and it say Ashura? Because they tried to hide this God in S. They tried to hide her and they deceived you. And every time you read the word grove, cutting down their groves, they cutting down not trees, not a flock of trees. They literally cutting down their, I showed you them earlier. This is what they cutting down. These are groves. Ain't that sad? That they tricked you the whole time? Well, let me prove it some more. Strong's, Ashura. Didn't you see me type the word grove in here, up here? Look, Ashura Grove. Let me make it bigger. You thought that was a group of trees. They got you. I love how they be doing that. I can laugh at it. Shoot, you the one thought all that was the truth. You should laugh too. Well, let's go. The original word. I can't read my Hebrew. What is this? Ashura. Yep, that is Ashura. Right? Ashura, Ashira. King James Version is Grove, though. They be having you looking like an idiot. Look, they'll tell you in the other versions, in the new ASB Bible, the study Bible, they're going to give it up. Yeah, that's a sure. King James Version, they'll never let you know. You just going to read the word grove. See, look, in this version, it say, now it proves it. Their pillars and smash their assurim and cut it. So they cut knees down. And they smashing knees. But what it say in the King James Version? Look, I'll be laughing. This is worse than anything. King James Version say, and they cut down their groves. Now, English, a grove is a bunch of trees. That's not an accident, y'all. They literally hiding this shit from you, and I'm showing it, revealing it to you. And who's more godly, me or the person who did this devious shit? That's why when I drive through the hood and I be seeing like St. Mount Grove, dude, I be like, they going in that church, right? Worshiping Ashura right on over their head right when they walk in. Then they gonna say shit like hallelujah and don't even know. Dude, hallelujah means praise. Hallelujah. Praise Yahweh. Ain't nobody in no black church know that. We thought, hallelujah. We thought that was tongues. I don't even care. Ashura, right? A Phoenician goddess. So when you see grove, we proved it. They hid that from us. And if we just was only reading the King James Version, we would think they talking about cutting down trees. They talking about cutting Yahweh's wife up out the Bible. And they cut down their Asherim. They're getting rid of Ashura. Now let's go see the definition of Ashura. A Phoenician goddess. So where can I be wrong about this? There's even nowhere to be wrong. Like I'm trying to go help you out. Where can I be wrong? Look, and burnt their Ashuras with the fire. But let's see what the King James Version say. And burnt their groves with the fire. You thought they burnt a bunch of trees, bruh. Your whole life. You shall not plant for yourself Ashura. See? You shall not plant the grove of any trees. Blood, this is straight horrible. That's deception. It's deception at its finest. They're deceiving you to make you in the King James Version to make you think, thou shalt not plant thee a grove of any trees. So if you're trying to be loyal to the Bible, you're not going to have an orchard. But so some dummy sometime throughout life didn't plant no trees because of this. What year did that happen? It might have been 1700s. He was reading like, no, baby, psh, beating this woman up. You planted a tree. The Lord says you don't plant trees. especially not a grove of trees. Well, we got that one. But look, it's all deceptive at every point because it makes you think something else. So this is a different story. And serve Baal and the Asherah. That's Asherah and Baal. But and serves Balaam, this don't even say the same thing. Dude, Balaam is not Baal, yo. Dude, they are extra doing it. Y'all know Baal is not Balaam. So, this is a biblical character. Dude, this is crazy. Y'all know the story of Balaam and Balak? All right, I said that right? Where the donkey start talking in the Bible and the devil just popped up out the blue? Oh, let's go read that story to prove that this is some more fixed up. Because in this version, it say Baal S. That's Baal. But right here, it say Balaam, which ain't Baal. That's a biblical character with a nice story. Watch this. Look. Man, what's going on, bro? I'm still in the Strongs, right? Now they say the heathen, I just want to get this right. The plural Balaam is the same as Baal, but no. See, that's how they do it. That's how they did it with Bethel, making you think they wasn't talking about he's setting up by a house. Let me prove it. Because I'm going to go off of here and go to Balaam and Balak and see where I'm messing up. You got to remember that Bible story. Balaam and Balak. So put that in there and then put B-A-L-A-K, right? Thank you, Balaam and Balak. So what did I do wrong? You see what I did wrong? The A shipped over. The name Balaam is spelled different than Balaam. But now, see, the vowels ain't really there either, so they still trying to get me. The vowels ain't there in the ancient languages. I'm not stupid. You could put them in the Hebrew, but they wouldn't be there in the Akkadian and stuff. So that you just have a B, a L, and an M. Right? And so that other one would have just been a B, a L, and an M too. How you know how many A's was in the middle? So the story of Balaam and Balak, look at the talking donkey, and then the adversary popped up. You know, all this stuff happened in this story. But now that I see where I messed up, the A's is different. But they're going to say that's significant, but it shouldn't be. Because the A's ain't in the original language like that. Right? That's ball right here. And they do got the, that's not A, but I'm looking at how they write it in the Hebrew. They just put ba. All right. Well, anyway, that's cool. So they burned the bones of the priest of the Balaam and Asherim. All right. Well, we seen what we seen. I talked about that for a minute. I'm just up. It's late night. I ain't even tripping. Shout out to the people who watch it on the late night. Now you see that this was the grove, and so this was Nana. This was the mother goddess of the Bible. And that's why we have problems understanding the early Bible. It be sounding all dumb. Now let's go check what I said in Genesis. And I knew it, to me it fell apart. We're going to Genesis 3:1. Talk about Eve and the snake, right? Genesis, that should be Genesis 3:1. Yeah, now the serpent, now check this out. We're going to read this in the interlead in here, but every time I press, we need a better Bible. We're going to go to the blue letter. The blue letter Bible, peep game. We hit Genesis 3:1. 3 and 1. And we're going to look at it in two languages. And what I'm going to say going to hold strong, but then I think it's going to fall apart. But I don't care. I like y'all to just see what you can see. It's not no ego thing here. We're trying to learn stuff. And if it don't fall apart, then I maintain it. But I remember looking at this one day, and saying, okay, I don't know how I thought that in the past, but let's look at it right now. So we're gonna read this in the interlinear with the tools, right? And so they're showing us the text, but we ain't even gonna address it like this because they got it down here easier. So Nahas is gonna be a snake. So it says, now the serpent.
Strong's H 5175. Nachash.
All right.
Nachash.
Hayah for was or whatever.
Strong's H 1961. Hayah. Hayah.
So Nahas Hayah, the snake was cold.
Strong's H 3605. Coal.
The snake was more.
Second entry.
The snake was more subtle.
Coal.
It says Nahas Hayah Kol. Excuse me, I need some water. Nahas Hayah Kol Arum.
Strong's H 6175. Arum.
Subtle,
Arum.
right? So now
Second
the serpent
entry,
was more subtle
Arum.
than any.
Arum.
Kol, more and than any is giving us the same thing like the R in ancient Egyptian. It could be superlative, comparative, and this is than any, like more than any is still cold right here, right? But people gang, hey for beast.
Strong's H 2416. Chai. Chai.
I said, hey. Hi. Let me practice that. Hi. All right. Of the field. How you say that? Shaddai. I think it's this one down here, because I got something before it. This is the Shah. So that would be Shah. I guess that's Shaddai.
Strong's H 7704. Sadeh.
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 Okay. So the beast is stronger than any field which is in the field. Now the Lord, see? Yahweh, Jehovah, peep gang.
Strong's H 3068. Yehovah. Yehovah.
So Yahweh Elohim. So Yahweh of the Elohim. Peep this about the snake story. You're going to learn something. So now the serpent was more subtle than any of the beasts of the field, which Yahweh Elohim made. He wasn't more slick than all the things that the Elohim made, but what Yahweh made, the snake was more slick than all that. But let's peep gang. And he said, Amir unto the woman, it's ye, right? Have God. Look, God, Elohim, not Yahweh. Hold on. Because if you make, this is Yahweh Elohim. Think of Elohim as a surname. Yahweh, the one of the sons of El. Yahweh Elohim. Yahweh of the Elohim. Now watch what the snake asks her. He say, hey, did the Elohim say that? Look, I'm trying to tell you, dog. So this Lord in all caps is to say Yahweh. See, it translates back to Yahweh. But if they put Lord in one cap, it'll say, it would translate back to a word Adonai here. It would say Adonai here, which is just like a generic way to say Lord. But just peep game. So they say Yahweh Elohim. That don't make no sense if you say Elohim mean God. Yahweh God. So Yahweh of the Elohim, right? So the snake was more subtle than anything that Yahweh of the Elohim made. Now it says, and he said, the snake unto the woman, hey, he's like, hey, have God? No, not God, have the Elohim said it, dude. That was only Yahweh who said that. I keep trying to peek y'all gang. Let's go back further. Because he like, did Elohim say that? That you can't eat that apple? Or did Yahweh say that? That's how I'm looking at it. Now, peep gang. So I think we got to go back further to a previous verse, right? And we're gonna see what's happening right before that. No, it just happened. It happened that the man and his wife, they was naked and they were not ashamed. Right? I want to go back to who said don't eat this apple. Excuse me. Because this is kind of crazy to me. I was like, oh, that's what happened. But you know, I told y'all when I said this that later on, after I came up with this theory, there's something I researched that felt like it poked a hole in this theory to where this theory wasn't as strong as I thought it was when I first thought I discovered something. So this is the end of 2. Yep, so that's the end of 2. So now we're at 3. So we are at the right place. Let's go back to the interlinear. So the snake was more encouraged in the other field. The Lord Yahweh Elohim had made. And then the snake asked the woman, hey, have Elohim said that you shall not eat every tree in the garden? Now let's go back and see the response. And the woman said to the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but the fruit of the tree of the midst of the garden, Elohim, this is going to be an Elohim. Let me see. So she told him, Elohim did say that. Over the garden it says, God Elohim has said not to eat of it, neither shall you touch, or you're gonna die. And there go our word moot for the goddess of death, for the god of death from the Ugaritic. That's funny. And the serpent said to the woman, you ain't gonna die, for God, that's still Elohim. So that's why I said that fell apart to me, because I was thinking that was making some distinction between Elohim and Yahweh. Well, let's see when they go back to Yahweh. I might not be all the way, because here comes a Lord God, right? I've seen the Lord God right on the screen, right here. Oh, yeah, that's the beginning. I'm going to leave this alone and keep on going, but I want to keep on seeing. I just feel like when I'm off on my own tangent that the video wasn't about. And you shall be as gods, as Elohim. Okay, so you're telling them, if you eat it, you're going to be a Elohim. You're going to be like Elohim, knowing good and evil. I just want to keep going. See, that's what I'm saying, though. After he say all of that stuff, like, hey, did the Elohim say that? See, first it was Yahweh up here, right? Peep game, though. First it's Yahweh. The beast is more subtle than anything Yahweh made. Then he asked her, man, that's just Yahweh. It's more than Yahweh. What about the Elohim? Did they say don't eat it? You're not going to die. And then it said, for God doth know that in the day that you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened and you shall be as the Elohim. It says, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, that it was pleasant to the eyes, and the tree to be desired to make one wise, she took the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also unto her husband, and he did eat. And their eyes of them both were open. So the snake wasn't lying, because the eyes did open. And they knew that they were naked, and they sewed figs together and made themselves a portion. Now check this. And they heard the voice of Yahweh, Elohim. See? I don't know, man. That's just me. So he didn't really try to he convinced them that the other God said it was cool. The other sons was like, what? You just gonna be like one of the Elohim. But here come Yahweh Elohim, who don't want them to be that smart. Lord God, Lord God. And then they heard the voice of Lord God. Now look down here. It's going to say, and then the Yahweh Elohim came back. Now, if you look at Elohim as a surname, like I'm doing, see, Yahweh Elohim came back walking in the garden in the cool of day, and Adam of his wife hid himself in the presence of Yahweh. They're still saying it, Elohim, amongst the trees of the garden. And Yahweh Elohim, now they keep on saying that now. And Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him, where are you? So the other Elohim probably laughing right now. I'm telling you, the other Elohim was rolling. They was like, Yahweh people ate the apple. We told them they could, and Yahweh told them they couldn't. And he said, I heard the voice in the garden and I was afraid because I was naked and I hid myself. And he said, who told you that you was naked? Now let's stop. It's only Adam, Eve, and God. But the fake Hebrews gonna make up all these other people that were supposed to be alive in some other place. No, you gotta read it this way. When he say, who told you you was naked, he talking about which one of my brothers, which other Elohim, which other God gave you the knowledge that you naked? Or who is the who then? And he said, who told thee that thou was naked? Adam couldn't have told her because Adam wasn't supposed to know either. He wasn't supposed, neither of them knew, Adam or Eve. So who is Yahweh referring to when he says, who told you that you was naked? He want to know which one of his brothers did that, bro. In the original story, he like, which Elohim said that? I wish they would have. I bet you we go look at the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's going to say, which Elohim told you that you was naked? But that's the context I'm getting in my reading. Hast thou eaten of the tree, wherefore I commanded thee that thou should not eat? Now, why is God acting like a father who don't know if they did it or not? Like, do he need them to admit it? He just ain't gonna use his magical powers and know already? And the man said, the woman who gave it to me with me, she gave it to me to eat and I did it. And they keep saying Lord God. So why would they stop saying Lord God at the part where the snake asked her, man, did he tell you to eat it? Because that's why. And I will put, let's see when they stop saying Lord God. It's going to turn back to the regular Elohim. They're going to be laughing in the bushes. You see? They never go back. They keep saying Lord God. So they never can deal with just the Elohim no more because he's mad. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth to the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he had taken. Then he drove out the man that he placed in the east of the Garden of Eden, cherubim, and the flaming sword which turned every way to keep the... Man, why you got to put out a flaming sword over an apple? Calm down, son. Let me see. I gotta go to the whole next one again. I don't know, but I think that point was taken that if you look at that story, let's look at the Balaam and Balak story. These are stories that make more sense with a henotheistic understanding. B-A-L-A-A-M. Here's another biblical story that makes more sense with henotheistic understanding. Balaam and Balak. So I'm gonna go to Numbers 5. Now this is Balak sins for Balaam. Peep gang, dog. You gotta understand that this is a henotheistic story to understand this story. It says, and the children of Israel set forth and pitched in the plains of Moab on the side of Jordan by Jericho. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites, right? And Moab was sore afraid of the people because they had many. And Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. And Moab said unto the elders of Midian, now shall the company lick up all that are around us, as the ox licketh up the grass in the field. And Balak the son of Zippor was king of the Moabites at that time. He sent messengers therefore unto Balaam, the son of Beor, to Pethor, all right, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, behold, there is a people coming out of Egypt. Behold, they cover the face of the earth, and they abide against me. So that's Balaam. Wait. He sent messengers therefore to Balaam. So Balak trying to holler at Balaam, right? Because these people coming up out of Egypt. Now he says, come here now, I pray thee, curse me these people, for they are too mighty for me. Peradventure, I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I might drive them out of my land. For what? That he whom thou blesseth is blessed, and whom thou cursest is cursed. Y'all remember that part? This is the same mission from the beginning when Abram was walking through. But don't trip, just keep going. And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the reward of divination in their hand, all right? So they got the rewards of divination in their hand. And they came up unto Balaam and spake unto words of Balak. And he said unto them, lodge here at the night, and I will bring the word. Now check gang. And he said unto them, lodge here this night, I will bring you word again. And the capital Lord, that's Yahweh, shall speak to me. And the prince of Moab abode with Balaam. Now look, this is Balak talking, look. And he spake unto him the words of Balak. Now Balak say, Yahweh gonna come to him. But look who come to Balaam. That's why we like, this is crazy. Now, the Elohim come to Balaam, and God came to Balaam. Let's go back. And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the reward of divination in their hands. And they came unto Balaam and spoke unto him the words of Balak. So these elders are speaking the words of Balak. And they said to him, lodge here tonight, and I will bring her as the Lord shall speak unto me. So that's the elder of Balak's people and the prince of Moab. Yeah, Yahweh is rolling with Balak. Now let's speak. And God, this is Elohim, came to Balaam and said, what men are these with thee? Now, why would Yahweh have said that? See? This is why you can't understand these biblical stories that don't be making no sense. Now, if Yahweh, see, the Lord right here shall speak to me, and the prince of Moab abode with Balaam. So that's Balak's boys, right? But then God come to Balaam and say, what men are these with thee? Who is this? He like, who is this? And Balaam gonna say back to Elohim, or the Elohim, or El, whichever one, Balak, the son of Zippor, the king of Moab, has sent unto me, saying, behold, there is a people coming out of Egypt which cover the face of the earth. Come now, curse them, pervert, and I shall be able to and drive them out. Now look, God, which is the El, or the Elohim, said to Balaam, thou shalt not go with them, thou shalt not curse the people, for they are blessed. Right? Now peep game. Balaam rose up in the morning and saw and said unto the princes of Baalim, go into your land, for the Lord, for Yahweh refuses to give me leave to go with you. You know, this has just been like I'm reading and going nowhere with this shit. Like, for real. I'm gonna stay on point where I was killing it earlier. This ain't going nowhere. But I remember this story in my the anomaly is gonna come out when you start to get around the talking donkey and the angel of Balaam. But I'm just reading too much Bible, and I don't see this being strong as the stuff I was talking about earlier. Just being honest. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to do that. Readership is what we call it, when you act like you got a strong ass point just because you're reading. So the God anger was kindled because he went, and the angel of the Lord stood in the way for him as an adversary, or adversary against him. Now this when the talking donkey and all that stuff start happening. And the ass saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, and his sword drew in his hand. And the ass turned aside out of the way and went into the field, and Balaam smote the ass to turn her into the way. But the angel of the Lord stood in the path. The angel of Yahweh stood in the path of the vineyards, a wall being on its side and a wall on the other side. And when he saw the angel of the Lord, she thrust herself into the wall and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall, and he smote her again. Then the angel of the Lord went further and stood in a narrow place where was no way to turn either to the right hand or the left. And when the ass saw the angel of the Lord, she fell down under Balaam. Balaam's anger was kindled, and she smote the ass again. And then the Lord opened the mouth of the ass, and she said unto Balaam, what have I done to thee? This is the talking donkey in the Bible. And the Lord opened the mouth of the ass, and she said unto Balaam, what have I done unto thee, that thou hast smitten me with these 3 times? And Balaam said to the ass or the donkey, because thou hast mocked me, I would there wear a sword in my hand, and now would I kill thee. And the ass said to Balaam, this is crazy. Now he talking to a donkey in the Bible. But yeah, this still ain't going nowhere. I'm just doing readership because I'm interested in the story. But the point that I was trying to provide about this story, I'm not seeing it. And I think this is a very long one to read. So I'm up out of that. And that's damn near my way to get ready to go get some sleep now. Unless y'all want to finish some of this Medunecha. Where did I leave off? This word had me frustrated earlier. Now I can pick it up now. But that is the MGGT. So yeah, this word had me frustrated earlier. GGT. Well, maybe it's this. Maybe it's Ruru T. Yep. See, they going GGT up here. But it also could be, I think it's GG. To be dazzled or to be dumbfounded. Right? That's right here. Because this is the Sedum Tifi. I never finished learning about that earlier. Come on, I'm up. I got some skills. I mean, I got some time. I gotta find the Sedum Tifi in this book, this other book. Oh, let me see what it say in the chat. When I read, sounds like we're the beast and not man. Shadow properly crazy. Well, I kind of came back on the note, but it was good to understand the princess rose up. Word up. So I was looking to see exactly how to do this thing. I don't mind how people understand their theological texts. I understand theology is different than the way we put this criticism on the text. You don't really do that when you believe in something. That's cool, that's allowed, because like the belief shouldn't really be up for debate. Like, only thing that casts it to be that way is when we try to get political inside of these conscious communities. But think about it. Like, I mean, you know, a Christian man and a Muslim man might argue about trying to convert each other, but that's not a real everyday occurrence. Like, Christians just go to church and Muslims go to the mosque, right? And so they ain't concerned with, like, people can believe different things, dog. I ain't tripping. Man, I swear. So I must just start learning everything the first time. I'm tired of going back and learning stuff. I mean, it'd be stuff that you would blow over. Then you would come back like, oh, I need to know that right now. So I'm going to learn this once and for all, and then I'm going to go to sleep. I need to pull up J.P. Allen. I mean, not J.P. Allen, but J.E. Hoke. I'm learning this Sejam Tifi. Peace to late night. What's up with Chuck Morgan? I'm going to learn this Sejam Tifi form, then I'm going to sleep. I'm tired of this. Because we came across it in the text, and I was mad I couldn't remember it. So let me see. Well, the thing is, the way that I absorb, I learned how to learn different. So I have to just read the book the way I read it. And if it ain't gonna stick when I'm reading it, I gotta let it not stick. But I know to read it again. Because I used to try to bang information into my head and other people's methods. And that was way more rigorous and it was way more strain on me. So I would rather read a book 5 times than trying to take 10 years to read it one time. I just go at my pace and absorb what I've absorbed, then I'm going to read it again. So this is what I'm trying to investigate, Sejam Tufi. Now, if we go back to the text, what we was tripping off here is we ran into an instance of Sejam Tufi, right? And then and another scholar would call this Sejam. Like, if you go to the Hope book that I'm looking at, it says Sejam Tifi. But if we go to J.E. Hope, it says Sejam 2F. So that's something to trip off. But nevertheless, you would learn kind of like the same thing, so it's not a big deal. So I like how Hope teaches. So I'm going to go to it on here real quick. So what we're talking about is verb forms, right? Sejam means to hear. So if we look at this chart, I'm just going to give a brief explanation. The active voice doing the verb or doing the action of the verb. The passive voice receives the action of the verb. Present tense, I don't have to tell you that. Past tense. But this will be more like, since they don't got tense in ancient Egyptian, past tense is going to be what they call perfective. So this form is perfective, which means the action is a completed action. It's done. I mean, it's complete. So if this means to hear, and this is a suffix pronoun F, let's go to the present tense first of the active. If the verb is to hear and it's active, you doing the hearing, right? So he hears, right? He hears. Now, that's all I gotta do is remember that this is the passive. See, that's why I had to come here, man. And I know to snip this chart, it's easy to remember. So the Sejam Tufi is what we're looking at right here. But you gotta also remember something that he's not telling us that J.E. Hope will tell us. This Sejam Tifi is also perspective. So he just don't got a Y after his F right here. And I'm starting to think that actually, I'm sorry, nope. I gotta keep going, watch this. Hold on. I'm sorry. I was late night. I ain't got a trip. I ain't gotta be sorry. I'm chilling. Because it's something else we need to see. And I wish this book was searchable, man. Because later on, he actually do talk about this. And I'm not going to confuse Sejm 2F with something I know that other people don't really know. Sejm Tifi is its own form, dog. Not a Sejm 2F. That I was just about to make that mistake, and I said, hold up, blood, I know better than that. But he don't talk about it till way later. So I ain't tripping, I'm just talking, skimming through the book. See if I can find it. Because I can't search this book. I might could look in the index. But I like doing this to familiarize myself with what I'm looking at. Normally book these books. So if I take it off and scan the book, it'll be searchable in my next show. That's what I'm gonna do. I gotta scan the book with Adobe and make it searchable. So if you ever got a PDF that ain't searchable, take it into Adobe and scan that joint. It only take like a few minutes, then it becomes searchable. Well, why didn't you do that now? Because I'm learning as I look over these things, believe it or not. Like everything I'm looking at is just reminding, like hair plus the infinitive, all of this is, so I'm not even tripping. The M plus the verb of motion. Oh, here we go. No, this is future tense. IUF Sejm, we getting close. So you start talking about this in the more complicated side of it. That early one, them 4, people would think it's only them 4 because they didn't read the rest of the book. But I'm gonna give it a shot, man. I know this book ain't searchable though. So SDMTP. Oh, you know what? I'm tripping. The internet is up to speed nowadays. I just want to see something, if I can find anything. There you go. No, they don't even know, man. This is ancient Egyptian, bro. Dang, man, I don't know nothing. Google got kind of worse lately. All right, thank you. AI helped me out. It says in ancient Egyptian grammar, we knew it was perspective and we knew it was yep, okay. So Sejm Tifi, if Sejm F is he hears, Sejm NF is he has heard. Oh, okay. Now it says in ancient Egyptian grammar, the form written as Sejm Tifi is phonetically as Sejm Tifi or Sejm Tifi is the future. We know that's perspective. Active, that means you doing the action, and it's a participle, so you got to imply a person inside of it. All right, cool. It's translated as the one who will hear. Thank you, bud. So if anybody want to see the process that what we just learned, it's basically that it's future active. Man, I gotta write this down. Future active participle. I'm gonna open up my document real quick. Because I need to never, ever go through what I just went through again. So I need to just store it someplace. I'm gonna put it right here. And we're gonna talk about what that means. It's not hard. This is just my little cheat sheets to remember and stuff. And then sometimes I might teach from them. Now, what is a future active participle? So I'm gonna rewrite this. That was just the way that one grammarian said it. Future, it is pro, S-P-E-C-T-I, perspective. active voice. Participle means it was a verb that switched word class. Right? And then it's acting as a substantive, as a noun. So when you come across the participle here, how you make that into a noun? Hearer, yeah, a hearer or a listener. A listener, but you know, a listener ain't something we often say, but that's a participle formed out of hearing. We took the verb to hear and made it, that was an infinitive verb in its generic state, to hear, and we made it a participle. So we got to put an entity inside of the word somehow, without saying the entity. It needs to be in the word. So like when you say runner, you just put an entity inside of run. Runner. Now you think about a person, an entity. Feel me? So that's the same thing you made. That's the same thing that's happening. So now it's future active participle. Let me just write it out for tomorrow or for the future or for when we doing the grammar. Shout out to anybody up on the late night. I know how it is to be up on the late night. I normally just be watching like other people or early morning, wherever y'all at. Y'all might be overseas. But I know how it is. I'll just be laying in the bed listening to any late night stream, as long as it's knowledgeable or something. So we're going to do this Session Chiefy and make sure we can get this right. To make the Session pop up, I'm going to go S-D-M, click enter. There go that ear for Session. But you also going to put an M bar behind Session because it's a strong verb. And radicals don't fall off of strong verbs. Radicals only fall off of weak verbs. Strong verbs that end in M and these glyphs don't fall off. Weak glyphs like I, W, and Y, they might fall off. So this is Sejum. Now we got a Tifi. So in order, we could have not knew it was a Tifi. Because let me show you. If you just put a T, that ain't right. So one thing you'll notice is this. As soon as you see a strong verb, get a T on it, this ain't feminizing. How could you feminize hearing? You're not going to feminize that verb like that. You feminize nouns, another thing. I mean, you're going to match the gender of certain nouns. Now, here's the thing. Participles do match preceding words and gender, but we only got one thing on the screen and no preceding, nothing to match the gender of. So if you was just looking at this, you got to know that this was a strong verb and they put a T on it. This is a participle. Now, if we go back to my chart that I made, and I made this for simple understanding. So I hate complicated stuff. So I made the chart with all of the forms of the verbs, and this is a valuable chart. Now, you don't even have to trip. This ain't the same word, but you see this one with a T in it, and now you know that this is what this is going to be. Well, here's something different, though. Just don't think it's third week, because we're dealing with a strong verb. This verb ain't a strong verb. This is a third week. That means that the third radical, see, in its state right here, it got a I, a R, and a I. That's called a triconsonantal. But I said triconsonantal, triliteral. But and it's triconsonantal too, but not really. No, it's just triliteral. But this I right here, right, this last one will fall off because the third is weak. Feel me? You see, I is the first, R is the second, third one is the I. That one is weak, so it might not be there, but you still know it's there in pronunciation. So if that's the case, it don't matter if we're looking at a third week. It's still a verb with a T put on it, which is going to mean it's perfective. Perfective mean what? the action is complete. Because if it's incomplete, how you gonna call it perfect? You just gotta have these little tricks like that. I ain't never called nothing incomplete perfect. So that's how I keep remembering that if it's perfective, that it's complete. So that which was, and if this means to do, then this is that which was done. That which was done, that which has been done, because it's complete. You ain't gonna say that which I'm doing, that's over here, imperfective. That's what the gemination indicates. So when this one doubles, that's what's being indicated, imperfective, right? And it's doubling over here, but it got a T on it. So it's crazy because it's still the same thing, but now it's a person. Oh, look, I said works. So it's not a person, it just switched from a verb to a noun, I should say. That's better. Because all noun could be a person, place, or a thing. Feel me? So yeah, this one switched to a noun to a person, one who does. Participle did that. But this the same participle, not going to a person now. This is going to a noun form for works, things done, duties, because we see the gemination and the T. So all we really was dealing with in our text was the T, right? On the Sejm Tifi. So if this means to hear, you see a T on it, you already know that this in turn from a verb is a participle now. So this is a hearer. That's not a good thing to say. We don't say hearer. We don't say listener. But it would be easier to say listener. That says listener. This says listener, right? And you ain't gonna say feminine listen. So yeah, this says listener. So, but in the Sejm Tifi, they often put, how can I do it? Like this? Yep, let me see. See, that's the T. It's not just a T, you gotta put the Y. Let's look at the book. You don't gotta put it, but you often gonna see it. And so that's the difference between what Hope teaches. Wasn't I just here? Where did it go, bro? I don't want to have to look for that all again. Did I have two of these books open? Well, when I was just there, when I zoomed away. Oh, man. I took hella time looking for that. Hold up. Let me see what happened. Do I got another Hope book open or something? Oh, no. I relied on this. Thank you. I relied on this. In ancient Egyptian grammar, the form is written Sejm Tifi, phonetically Sejm Tifi, or Sejm Tifi. The future active participle is translated to the one who will hear. So I want to show you how you did that, but I wanted to show y'all also how it looks. I can just show you. It's no big deal because I know. The Tifi gonna have the Y's on them, right? So you'll see an F after here, which you know is looking like a suffix F, but it's also gonna do this. And when we looked at it in the book, oh, let's go to the text. We do got the text still open. Look, and the text, you can see it in action. But they cheating, but the reason why you know it's a Sejm Tifi, why I say they cheating, because you don't have to put all of these Y's, and they didn't put the one behind this T right here, see? But they put this one behind that one, so you know that's not an F, that's a fee. So therefore, we know this is a Sejm Tifi. Now, we already know that it is. Let's go back to our system so you can know you're going to say this perfectly. In the system, we know that if we identified it as a Sejm Tifi because we know how to identify those now. It's perspective. So you're looking into the future. And most looks into the future from the ancient Egyptian text is positive unless they let you know it's not. Like, they're not going to look into the future and don't want it to happen unless they tell you that with negation. So if they looking into the future, you want to use a term like may, because that may looks into the future. Like, may I? You ain't got your answer yet. You don't know if you could perform that action. Let, that also looks into the future. May, let, you know those perspectives, shall. These are all perspective terms. Because thou shall, you ain't telling me what happened as we talking. You telling me something that should happen in the future. Thou shall, you know. So that's perspective. So then if we got sejum, which means to hear, but it's active, you doing the action. But why did they say one who will be heard? They wrong. The one who will, yep, they didn't say that. The one who will hear, exactly. I knew they didn't say the one who will be heard because they would have been wrong. Because it's active. You're doing the action. So it's perspective. So how did they get our perspective on the internet? Let's go see. They said will. See, will looks into the future positively, right? Because won't looks into the future kind of negatively. So will looks into the future positively. That's how they form their perspective. The one who will hear. And we could feel free to form our perspectives in the same way. But we could say something different. Well, what do you say? The one who shall hear? Then you're getting even more affirmed that you know it's going to happen. And now when you want it to happen, you don't use the perspective. Like, it'll still be perspective. If you get an authoritative, it's going to turn into a command, which you better make it happen. Then you're going to switch out of the perspective to the, what is that called? It's called a command. It's called a imperative, right? Yeah, like you better do that. But so we worked out that little session. Tiffy, I know I took hella long doing it, but I don't even care because it's a learning session. So now we clearly know this is the one who will hear. Because well, how do we know that? Because we know the system. Let's look back at the chart. It's perspective, it's into the future, it's active. He won't be heard. That's passive. He's going to hear. He's going to do the action. See, when you're being heard, you're doing the action of talking. And who's doing the action of hearing is whoever listening to you. So if this word is to hear, the active of hear is hearing, like you hearing. The passive is being heard. So the verb that switches word class. I should have finished this. To noun. So if it's a verb that switches its word class to noun, and if it was to hear, now it is a hear. So you got to just they put one in order to do that. See? So look, how did they put an entity into this sentence? They said one who will hear. So what is he going to hear now? This is a preposition. It shouldn't be like that. So it should be a word MGGT because it shouldn't be a preposition after this. MGGT gotta be a word. I thought I looked it up and couldn't find it. But there is an MGG word, but it used the other G's. So let me try MWWT. So that word has stumped me last night and it's going to stump me again tonight. It's the same word. You know what I'm saying? And it'll probably do that for a few nights. Let me see until I finally figure it out. So just since I got energy, I'm going to pass the word up. This is either a prepositional phrase. It's something negative, right? And it says one, it's talking about one who will hear. Oh, this is like feebleness or something, bro. I'm just trying to remember. But in, so of, and then we got a neti. This other N with this TY, this neti means those or these. These are things I could qualify with the dictionary, NTY. They say who, but watch it keep going. NTY. Which, that. Oh, that's where I got those. That, which. But if it's that, I remember who, because that's popping up a lot. But it'd be those who sometimes. Because you could get that out of it. Right now they're saying which. So who, which, and that. I'm not gonna say those. Who, which, and that. But if you see what's after that. Hold on. See if that's even a word. That is a word, huh? That's crazy. Yeah, that or who, you're right. Thanks for helping me out. I just seen it in the video a little bit. I didn't look. I'm looking for the RTHT word, but first I'm gonna just go RTH because that word is crazy too. And I want to see it with the feet behind it. And you know, this don't got no training wheels. They don't provide the transliteration for this one. So you got to do it like you're the scholar trying to translate it for the first time, which is actually fun. You know, with this, so I got this neti. So then that's who, but then I got an R, and I know it ain't just THT. Let's try THT, bro. That's a word I don't know if it exists. THT. Oops, I didn't put that. THT. Yeah, I knew that wasn't no word. Let's try a lowercase h. Oh, that is a word with a lowercase h. THT with the feet. Oh, that's a word. It means to lead astray. So how do you say that? Tehet. Tehet means to lead astray. Or fault or to interfere with. But if it just got the two legs that we got, it means to lead astray. And we got to remember that this is a instructional text from a father to a son. So that makes perfect sense. Talking about probably not being led astray. Right? So to lead astray. I mean, to lead astray is what that says. This is your R in front of it. So it's who. Now, why would it say who to lead astray? So I'm not accepting this neti all the way yet as who. Who to lead astray? That to lead astray. Those. NTY. You're not going to get those out of NTY. But let's look back at it again. We need something better than who. Hold on. Which, see, it might be which is going to lead you astray. Because let's look, what's going to lead them astray? This word right here that we don't know. So one will hear something which, okay, yeah, you know, some stupid stuff. Remember I said this was feebleness? It was a term like that up here, bro. You see these two hoops? Watch this. Since I couldn't find it nowhere else, I remembered in the text. Man, it was a term like that up in the text. And it looked like it said feebleness. Now, feebleness would lead you astray. But we looking for them two hoops. I know they in the text, so I ain't even tripping. Which, yeah, it's which. You're right, it's which. Here go the two hoops. Now check this out. How come this ain't the same word that I'm toiling over? Because they made a mistake, bro. Look, they put an M bird on the other one right here. This one got an U bird on it. That's why I'm spending so many years on this word. I know this is a mistake. Oh, I'm capping. I'm getting good at the hieratic. I could qualify this now. We going back into the hieratic. So I can prove they made a mistake here because I'm too stumped on this word. And I knew it was feebleness, see? But when we see it, now this is what I need y'all to check out. And this is the work that we try to do right here. I'm talking about from this point on, not everything I've been doing. Everything I've been doing so far is rather normal. But what we're about to do now is going to be different. First, notice something. This is a U-chick, a W. I call it a U-chick. It represents the W sound. But after we got the two hoops, the sparrow, and some legs, right? And that's all part of this, they say. As you can see, it go way back here. They even say it go all the way back to this U-chick. So they saying this word go all the way back to this U-chick. But Pete, chick, two hoops, and a bird. Now watch this. All they did was messed up and put the wrong bird on the bottom part of the text. And I can prove it because they didn't even want to transliterate that part. Look, this part is untransliterated. They're not going to put the English, see? So they ain't even done, really. Now, when we come to the same term, the reason why I'm stuck is telling they're going another hoop, but that's a different word. I mean, this is just a whole different, something different. If we find that again, I think I passed it already. I might have passed it already because I ain't that far down. Hold on. We ain't even this far down. See, here it go right here. Now it's an M bird, the two hoops, and still the sparrow, but it's a T, so it's a participle. So this is what we about to do. Peep game. Now it's an M bird in the two hoops. Watch me prove this right. What we have to go do is, this is maxim number 5, but we got to see how the maxim starts in order to identify it. So hold up. Let me make this smaller. Because, all right, it starts with the Hati M. So I know how to find this at the text. We're going to go right here and put prissy papyrus, right? And then we're going to go down to, we're going to look. I'm going to prove that they made the mistake. Now, last night I developed a system of identifying these birds. And I bet you the scholar who translated this text system probably, well, I'm just looking at the mistake he made that I think is a mistake. And I'm about to prove it by going, now this is the homework. Because, see, we got to go prove that he messed up on this bird. And I know he did. And I'm about to show you. Like, I ain't just overconfident. If he didn't, he didn't. So it's not this maxim. If y'all can remember how to read this from last night, I definitely do. I learned so much last night, dude. I learned so much in one night. All the other fake ways of learning don't work. You gotta look at the text side by side with the meta nature. Here it go. Know for a fact this is it because I can read this now. Very slowly. Hati M. This was a test word. Test. Now check game. What I peeked last night is that this V on top of any stroke that goes from the upper right-hand corner to the lower left-hand corner with the V on top, that's an M bird always. It ain't never betrayed me yet. Here go one, right? You got that V on top, come down like that. Now what you're gonna learn is this whole little slanted L shape is always a bird. Look, That's a bird. But it don't got the V on the top. What bird go like this don't got, this a chick. All right. Now the A bird is going to have the same posture. It starts at the upper right and slants back to the ground. Then you come across, that's a bird. That's not it. None of these other ones, only the ones, you can see them, they go one. Now this is an A bird. See, because it got the same stroke down to the back, but now it got this coming around. So you could tell the difference between them. See, this is an A bird right here. When I say A bird, y'all know the vulture I'm talking about. So we can tell the difference between the birds, and we proved it. This is a uchik. Now, you can't tell it's a uchik because it represents the squiggly line, the Fibonacci sequence uchik. You know, the one that go like that circle spiral. But let's just pay attention to this. If it start up over to the right and then the end down over to the left and then come back out at the bottom, it's so far it's been a bird. Now see, this is doing that, but don't confuse it. It got this line through the middle. This ain't it. That's not a bird. This is a man with his hand to his mouth, right? And this is something else. But on this shape, so one thing to think about when looking at the hieratic, and it can help me a lot, is always think about how the person wrote the letter. None of us assumes that he starts down here, go like this, and come like this. He probably put the ink right, and normally the fattest part show you, but he probably put it right here, came and zoomed and stopped right here, and then put the other zoom right here. You can see it. So that's that motion of a bird when they get to writing. Like, so they always make that same motion. Let me show you. You're going to see it again. And if it's a bird on top of something, it's going to be a little bit harder, but all birds don't go on top of things. M birds go on top of things a lot. So we haven't seen another bird so far. Oh, there go two of them, see? And these is uchiks. These is the uchiks. They're not M birds because look, they don't got the V at the top. They start and go back and come back out. These is two uchiks. So, and then a papyrus roll after it. So what is this word? I would have to go and, well, this is, I can't tell this part right here. Sorry. I will be able to one day, but I can't tell that right there. But all we're doing is looking at this. So that was just me showing the technique. Let's really do it now. Because this is Hati M. Now come to the text. Right? Now this is what you just got to understand. This text, the trainer text is written from left to right. But hieratic is right to left because they can't break that rule. So dang, this text is taking too long here. So since they can't break that rule, that hieratic just going to be like that. It's doing the slow computer stuff. You know, I hate when my computer do that. But it don't be the computer, I gotta download the document. It'd be my driver. So I'm downloading the document so I can move faster. There we go. Yeah, see, it ain't my computer. All right. Let's get to the second red. So let's peep game. What we was talking about was, on this document, it's read from left to right because that's just what we do in English. But when we come to the, since I got it in a different, I probably could put them on the same screen at the same time. Since I took it out of that, yep, let me see. See how far I can minimize that. So we could compare them next to each other. That'll be really good. And then I have to go open up this. All right, so now open that back up. But maybe I could just go. Excuse me, hold on, I'm setting it up, bro. And then set it up, dog. All right, maybe. Get more out of this. Bow, there we go. So see, this one going right to left because that's what it got to do. So now you see the hot, you see that? That's that. So now you know this what I can make this one bigger too. Now you know this what the lion looked like. Well, let's see how bigger I can make it. That's as big as it get? All right, that's pretty big, pretty darn big. No, we can get bigger. Cool. Now we clearly see that the what the lion paw looks like, and then the arm under it, what it looked like in the hieratic. Now, see, the reason why I learned this about the M-bird is because one thing I know about the M-bird, now I see the ancient Egyptian was just like me. How significant this V is in his face. You know, I noticed it a long time ago, he's the only bird that looks off the page and makes eye contact with you. See, that lion ain't making eye contact with you. He looking towards the front of the text. But that bird is like, hold up, who is this reading this text? You feel me? I noticed that a long time ago. And so they noticed it too, because this V in his eyes is still, that's all they put to let you know that that's this bird. And not only, I didn't get that taught to me from no book, but it's a method I've been developing that ain't betrayed me yet. And I haven't read hell of these texts. But so far, so good. So now this downward angle of the bird, that's all they do, bro. This downward stroke going back, that's all they do. So that's this. That downward stroke. And then I ain't got no time to write these feet and stuff. They just go like this. Juju, juju. So you can see this is still this. This word chest or whatever. And I forgot what it meant. It was like some type of a speech, a command, something like that. Yeah, because next we got of words. Oh, instructions. This is where they're getting the instructions, like, right? And that's right here. So look at this Uchik. Now check it out. You would almost thought he didn't put no V on the top, dog. That's how you tell the difference. See that one? Same backward stroke. But that one, he didn't put the V. See, you only can pay attention to what is the stroke of the artist pen doing. He clearly started right here, went down and went back up, and then did that. So that seems more significant if you knew you went zoom, zoom. Even though it don't look like it, this one just started at the top and went down. So that's this bird, as opposed to this bird, which is this one. Right here. This bird is this one. This bird is this one. So as we continue, you're going to see it. Now that's that papyrus roll. So we should see a papyrus roll. Oh my gosh. And we do. With the 3 strokes. Having a hard time fitting this all together. I need a bigger monitor. Need a bigger monitor. Maybe this would be better. So this bar right here is which bar? Y'all remember? It's the one with the little V on the top. So they go to Tesu. Tesu is a papyrus roll in 3 strokes. So now I'm going to look at the hieratic first to make sure I'm getting better at hieratic. They go to oops, papyrus roll in 3 strokes. I wouldn't have really knew this if I didn't just cheat, but this is Medu right here. Medu, they go a D and a T, and we should see, they got an N on top of the Medu. Why is this still facing left, but the order is not the same? No, the order is the same, see? So, let me peep guy. This one to the right is facing to the left, but this one is being read from the right, so it's facing to the right. So I'm going this way on this one, and I'm going this way on this one. So this wire right here is actually right here. Well, it's actually in the whole big box right here. Now this man right here is this man right here. See, all you see is the hand to the mouth. You see the hand to the mouth. You probably could tell eventually. eventually you're going to know that this is a quick way that they drew a man. See this Nefer? So watch us have a Nefer when we scroll to the right. Feel me? You see that Nefer. Now they write FRT because this is how you write it in the glyphs. So we about to learn something about the hieratic because this Nefer way sloppy over here. But this is still that F snake. You see it on the top. Then they go to R and a little T on the bottom. The T is like a little S, little quick thing they do. But sometimes they make it just look. I know this pen stroke though, so I can tell it. Now, without this, even though it's revealing itself, you can say something is being said here. Said. Well, this is said, right? Jed, see? Or speak. But this says, that's an N right here. What's this? That's that same T I was talking about. So this must be one who says. This got to be a T, see? So this is either this, but this is, what is Nepheret is feminine. So this is said this. This is said. This is said. See, I know that this is a this because it's matching the gender of this. You got a T. If this was masculine, there would be a P up here, pen. This is a demonstrative. If it was a masculine demonstrative, it would say pen. This is a feminine demonstrative, so it say 10. And it looks, where is it at over here? Right here, 10. Again, how do you identify that T? By asking yourself, where did the person put the stroke on the paper first? And if you identify that in your head, you're going to know. See, he just let me show you. I wish I could take a pen. Oh, I can. I'm going to show you what he's trying to do in a snip. Do I got a snip open? Oh, you know, that's something else. Some shirts. Oh, I can do it on here. So this is what he's trying to do. He going, this is what the hand, he coming back this way and going down, bro. And I probably did that sloppy. I want to make it really fat. He's trying to go like this. It's just one this way, one that way, and down. But he even ain't even doing it that much. He just go down a little. That's a T. If you do that gesture, come back, you don't care if it's open or not. It's still going to be a T. I seen somewhere it had an opening and some didn't, but normally they touch it together to where it don't open. So it'll look like that, and now you can't even tell that I went through all those hand gestures. You feel me? But that movement right there is what was giving us this blobby shape. So not that one, this one, see? Now that's the same movement, but this is an R. But it's a little different. You gotta squish it up to make it small, to make it a T. But anyway, y'all can see for yourself. That's 10. This is, I don't know what that is. Yeah, it was an R. RP. I don't like cheating like that. So I know this whole word. Let's find this line. Because we was trying to get all the way down to, I'm going to just go faster in order to get down to the word of scrutiny. Because it's way down here, bro. I can't go this slow. It's way down here. And it ain't no red to help us get there. So this that homework. Oh, I remember when we were scrutinizing this, I know where this is at on this text. So maybe that'll help us get closer. Yeah, we'll be right. Oh, I know where this is at. Okay, I know where this is at. So I can find this without even looking at it because we was reading it. See, that's the difference between looking at something and reading it. I'm going to show you. Right here, right around here. Wait, I'm messing up. They're going to start for saber, the word saber. And then for M. Oh, this is the not having knowledge. So this is the Kimu word and the papyrus roll. All right, so this is, hold on. It's around here. Not having knowledge. Let's go see where that's at. Here go to Kimmel for not having knowledge. So we trying to get down here, so I gotta go further. All right. So maybe I can just jump. Oh, yep, over here. Okay, hold on. We gotta go back. Oh, there you go. So this is a M. It is an M in front, bro. They didn't mess up. It is an M. They didn't mess up. See, so I don't know. This is why I got an M in front of it. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong version. This word do got an M in front of it. Damn, bro. So this is the word, and let me show you it. We got our method of identifying these birds. This V in his eyes is going to be on the top of his head. Look, there go the V. That's the bird. See these two circles? Go look at the two circles. Right here. Right? Now look, we're going to find this T. Y'all remember the stroke of the T, and then this is going to be something with a slanted back. So let's watch it. See, there go the stroke of the T, and there go the slanted back. Feel me? So that's a bird, bruh. I mean, this is lightweight easier than Meta Nature, y'all. And I see why they said they taught them the hieratic first. Now that I'm starting to see what the strokes mean. So what is this? What is this? This looks like two ends. But why are they connected? That's not right. This is an N, but then it's going down and making this. All right, so let me peep down. If this the sparrow, this look like an N and another N, bro. Let me check and see. Oh, that boy is hard. All right, cool. I celebrated for too long. That was an N and another N. No, I was right. It was an N and another N. We're going to keep hiding the answers. Right? And so, look, y'all know, but I just told you what this is. This is that squiggly. That's that T. Right? So then what's under the T? Interesting. This might not be a T. Because why would it be two N's and then a T? That's not even ancient Egyptian. Oh, this is a neti? Oh, this is a neti. So it's an N and this is the neti. N-T-Y. This is two strokes. We're getting better. I know that's going to be... Who want to bet $5? Told you. Look. T-Y. Oh, I can't see the R. That's cheating. T-Y. So this is what we was just reading, the neti part. Okay. So this is N-T-Y. There you go, R. That's a T. Remember that motion? This isn't a P. This is a H. So T-H-T was the word I looked up. I don't know what this is, but I know that's a man, though. Let's go look and see. Oh, no, it's a leg. And there go the other two legs. All right. Oh, I shouldn't have looked, but that's it. That means it. Or her, but it's going to be it probably in this. There it go right there. So they go the same motion, see? So even if you didn't know that there was a T, you look at the motion, you would have got a T out of it. That's the S. So what we dealing with right here? I'm going to tell you. I see an N at the bottom of it. This stroke. But what's on top? I think we was tripping off this already. I don't know that shape. I'm gonna say it's gonna be. I know I'm wrong here, but it's gonna be a D, like the hand. I'm saying that this. I know this is wrong. A hand and an N, but I have to make my guess. It might not be wrong. A hand and an N. Let's go see. If it's a hand and an N on here, bro, I'm getting good. Oh, it ain't nothing on there. So we gotta go to the beginning. Is it gonna be a hand and an N? No, it's a hand, but it ain't no N. The hand at the bottom. The snake is at the top. Dang. Oh, I just seen Chris up. What's up, Chris? Yeah, I'm trying to catch up with y'all. So when I think y'all sleep, I start studying. Hold on, let me see. I messed that up, bro. I still ain't found this one word too. It's killing me, man. But I just skipped it for now. So what just happened here? This was the jet snake, and that's the hand up under it. I thought that was the end. All right, they tripping, bro. Now I know something though. That's the read leave. We know that, but this has got to be an N on top there. On. So this is jet on F. This is the F. So this is jet on. And remember, everything something start over here and going down. It ain't betrayed me yet. That's an F. So this is jet on. Why would it say jet on F? He said by he by said no. Jet on F is right. Maybe I'm confused about my grammar right now. Let's see. Oh, jet on F, bro. That don't sound right. Said by him. It's not a segment enough. That's why I'm messing it up. It is right. Said by him. I didn't want to see this, dude. It messed me up. I don't want to cheat. But I've seen it already. It's said by him, and this is the KH sound with the R. So core under. Now check this out. This is the first one that's going to betray me because it's starting up to the right and it's going, oh, this is going to still be a bird, bro. It shouldn't be. I think this is the first time my system got betrayed right here because this is starting up to the right, going down to the left, and it's not going to be a bird, I don't think. Well, why not? Let me see. Oh, see? Stick with yourself. I figured out a system and it worked. It was a bird. Because I noticed that, bruh. They never gonna start at the top to the right and stroke down over here without it being a bird. Look, there they go again. The bird. But I left this out. I think that was them 2 feet. Oh no, it's a man. There's a man on the F. This is a man on the F. Yep, I see the F. I never would have had no way to know this was a man. I just got to dedicate it to memory. I don't know how I'm supposed to know that. I know I got a system for this. This is an M bird. So M, what is this? Hold on. I'm about to figure this out. I'm just going to call this an S and then an N. M-S-N, just to go quick. Oh, and this is an A bird and then a papyrus roll. So N, I'm just guessing. This is not an N because it don't got the hook on it. This might be the ZS. Let me look at the chat. No, I don't want to look at the chat. I want to answer it. No, I'm just gonna look at the answer, bro. It's too late. When I start making my mind, oh, that's what that was. So I never seen that yet. That's my first time seeing that. This is aha for greatness, right? And I never seen it written. It looks like this. Now, and this is the A bar behind it, and that's the papyrus roll. That's aha. This looks like I don't want to mess it up, but it looks like a hair, a pond, but that's a K. People probably won't notice this to be a K. You kind of got to notice something. I think this is a K. Let me see what's happening. So is it a hair and then a single stroke and then a K on the text? Let me see. Nah, it's not. It's a heart, a single stroke. A heart, a single stroke, and a K. There go the hair way over here. So the hair look like this, actually. It don't look, I messed all up. So you know if you're faking because you can't go back to where you was at. People will be like, I caught him. He couldn't get back to where he was at. Let me see. I can't. It was the hair. It wasn't this over there. Hold on. Is this the line we was reading? We got down around there. This the word so this the word I can't find, man. M, these two hoops, and a whatchamajigget. And a T and a F. Right? Yeah. But anyway, we're gonna get back to where we was at. What is around here? Remember I just read that Jed on F core, and then this was that bird I got juiced. And then that was the A1 man with an F. That's the M bird. So what was this bird? This the one I needed help with. Oh yeah, we seen Earback. We got past that. Earback. So this is a K-ball, but everybody wouldn't really know this is a K-ball. You just gotta remember that hieratic K looked like that. What is this? This is the hair. This is the hair plus the single stroke. It normally look like a face and the meta nature. You gotta dedicate it to memory. Like I'm doing right now. Y'all seen when y'all see when I don't study too much hieratic offline. Either we in the back chat or we on one of my shows. So this seems to have the same pen stroke as a T and an R. And this is knowledge. This word is knowledge because he just got sloppy. But this is an R and this is the KH sound. This is a papyrus roll. If we go to the text, I'm pretty sure we'll see that it's a word for knowledge back there. There you go, knowledge. Right? So, well, I'm just looking at pen strokes. If you look at pen strokes, it's hella easy to read this, bro. I mean, like, I'm not even belittling this. It's a lot easier if you look at pen strokes and start make your own system. So when I look at pen strokes, how do you think he formed this glyph? He didn't form it with the dot on top first. Most people probably went zoop, 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 and just put a dot on top. Unless he went zoop, it came out like that. That's possible too. But the pen stroke don't look like that. This looked like it went straight through, straight down like that, and went on top. So this looked like a papyrus roll with something under it. I'm just remembering this one went droop down to me. That's a K. I ain't got this identified. Oh, this is an N. That's why I don't got it identified because this is two words. See, that's an N right there. They go one on top of this. So what's this stroke under the N? Back, down, and then back. I don't know what it is. It's doing it again. Look, back, down, back. So it got in something, in something. Let's go look at the text. I think it got in something, in something. Oh, wait a minute. What did I mess up? Oh, no. This is in. Yeah, I'm right. It's going to have, this is going to repeat. Bet $5. Bet $5. Told you. Bet $5. That's that word, nedge. Yep. Bet $5. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna take get down on it and make it bet $5. Bet $5. Bet $5. You gotta. They gonna be like, that was not a hit, bro. All right, so that was Nest. I mean, wait, I messed that up. Nedge. There go the staff from it. Okay, there go the man. We cooking. Now this is something with a K on top. See if y'all can work that out by thinking about the strokes. If it was just a K, he would have started right here and went boop bow. But the K is on the bottom. Look, boop bow. See, the strokes help you out. So something's on top of this K over here. Now I could be wrong, but I'm just going with my system because it's working fast. Is this TK? That don't make no sense. But this stroke, oh, this is RK, dude. It gotta be RK because the only other stroke like that is gonna be an R, blood. Watch this. Let me see. This RK. I put my money, I'm willing to lose it. Told you, there you go, RK. I did not know that, dog. I didn't. See, the system is, hella stuff don't do like that. A T do like that, a R do like that so far. This is RK. Now he connected it with the K. That's wreck. Catch wreck, boy. That's not a different way to say knowledge. Oh, it's over, bro. I mean, I was just last week with some Egyptologists. They gonna whip out some hieratic. I wish I felt like this. I'm going back. I'm gonna be like, oh man, what's that, Patan Tep? They gonna be hella mad. But I don't be changing though, so they be like, why you still hella cool though? And you know this? What, you didn't have to sacrifice nothing? Nah, man, he'll hit the joint. They be like, what? Nah, let me stop. I'm joking. But I'm saying though, they like, you ain't gotta sacrifice nothing. Look at this. You actually have to sacrifice a lot of things. Lots of time, lots of coolness, lots of going to the club, lots of all that bullshit. You get rid of it. Football games, a sacrifice, sports. Man, I sacrifice hella stuff to learn this, bro. So I'm just joking and being jovial on the late night. All right, so where we at then? If this is where I'm supposed to be starting, dog, because I see this. This is, hold on, where we at? I don't remember reading this line right here. So that must be where we at. Yeah, because look at the word I don't like that I can't figure out. So let me slow down now, because I got to remember what this is. This is the HNA, henna. This means with. Henna. Now this is about knowledge again. See the KH and the M? This is your phonetic complement M. I'm only saying that until I get disproven. They don't never rock. See, there you go again. This M is only rocked. It appears in phonetic complement. Right? Now we got the papyrus roll. So this is about knowledge. So this is about with. Wait. Kim. Kim is no knowledge. That's ignorance. With Kim, ignorance. But what's under it? And I don't know what this is. I don't know why. Let me think about the strokes. I don't know this. I gotta go look at the text. Man, one night I was up late like this, and some dudes came trying to steal all out the cars. I'm looking out the window, just sitting right here studying. And them fools pulled up doing that bipping shit, hopping out the car, checking all the cars on the street. It was so quiet on the street, I just opened my window and let out a loud, "Get your mother!" Hey, you should have seen them running. I was like, they thought I was on the block outdoors. They didn't think I was yelling out the window. So what did I do wrong here? We did have the Kim for knowledge or the lack thereof, but I didn't notice that we had these arms doing this. This is another one that's hard to notice, but I came with a little way. I think that's this right here. I thought it was a papyrus roll. So that's A1 again, huh? Yep, that's A1. I'm gonna start remembering that. I got the stroke of it now, Chris. He started up here, and then he put this little extra thing. This is like a C with a boom. That's a man, bro. Let me find him someplace else, just so I can know. I can't find him nowhere else. Maybe right here, but that's a T. That's a man, but that ain't the same one. Word up, I don't care. I like looking like around like that real quick to see if I can see something. But I remember where we at. Because it says henna with him, that's the lack of knowledge. So this got to be the N, and that's the man. This the one where I was lost. Let me go look at the text. So after, that's the me symbol, like. Okay, I never seen that. So this is the me symbol. I won't forget that ever again. That's me. So that means like. So let me work this. I'm gonna work this out. That's an R. Look, that's the R. Well, hold on. I don't want to be too fast. Because that bottom thing is doing a number, bruh. Right? It starts with an R. Oh, this is an R and then a K. This is knowledge again. Wreck. See, this is what he's doing. See, when you look at the strokes, you can figure it all out. Look. See, this is at the bottom of this. See? But he got an R on top and didn't want to lift the pen off the paper. So there's a ligature between the two around here someplace, right? It's RX, knowledge. And then we got the papyrus roll right here. And I don't know why you put something under the papyrus roll. Let me see. Yep, wreck. Oh, yeah, like knowledge or like wisdom. Oh, that's what I missed after the Oh, so that's the papyrus roll and the man, dude. You keep telling me that. That's the man again. Now, let me see. But it looks different ways, so it's good to learn it. So this is what I'm trying to learn right there. That is this. So they tell you it's an N by writing the N, but then they put the stick up to let you know that this is the negation N. Now I do remember this, and I don't want to look at the page. I think I told myself when I see this, it's a beard. So this is tap. Let's see if that's wrong. That is wrong. Heckin' wrong. So that's these walking legs. How is that? That can't be right. I guess it can be right. Let me look. Is this the N again? Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, that is right. Because you got the NT right here. Then a bird that ain't an M bird, so it's a U bird. Yep, it's a Uchik bird. Well, the best thing I got in the hieratic is them birds. Everything else is still kind of crazy. But I ain't messed up on the bird in the hella long. And that's the R. That's this jeer or whatever word. Now I said I ain't messed up on the bird in hella long. Do y'all know this is two birds or is y'all leaking? I'm gonna tell y'all, I got my own system. But this don't got no V at the top. I don't think this is an M bird. And this is a sparrow, I think. So I think this is an Uchik and a sparrow. Let me prove it by looking at the word. What's the word? So maybe I'm wrong. I don't care. But I don't know what this is, and then they got an R after it. Let's go look. Oh, that's this. With the R after it. Now, I told you it was going to be an ooh chick and a sparrow. Oh, that's not a sparrow. All right. So it's an ooh chick and then this, which I never seen before. That's that. What's that? All right, man. Oh, shoot. I just looked at the clock. It said 5 hours. That don't matter to me because I was doing a whole different video at first talking about Yahweh and stuff. I did 3-4 hours on Yahweh just helping my brothers who I'll be seeing on Sinetta. All you had to do is go into the Dead Sea Scrolls. They can't get, I mean, my man Morpheus killed them boys. You feel me? What I'm saying though. The Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm going to get some sleep because tomorrow I want to be able to have a productive day. It's 3, believe it or not, I'm going to be up at 6, dog. This be crazy. I'll probably be streaming again by 8. Peace to y'all, and I think we stepping our game up, man. I know a lot of y'all know this already, so you can watch me step my game up. And if you don't know it, you can learn it with me. All right. Was that paper yours? I don't know. Peace. Oh, yeah, that paper I was reading earlier, yeah, that was my paper.